Hello.
Hi. That was a tight squeeze, guys. That was tight.
Look, normally we can turn and blame Alex for this. This one is solidly on Rowan.
I am
I
so
will
glad.
not apologize.
I am so glad I'm not the one to blame this
long
week.
video. We have a 5-second warning, and at 38 seconds, you go into that.
I will not apologize for being right.
Rowan, do not apologize. Do not apologize. This is
I wouldn't say TLDR because the stream can't hear it, but
Shall I just say it?
Hydrate from Tal.
I mean, just innocence.
I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it because I think it's important. I was having a discussion with a friend, and we came to the realization. Well, not the realization. The agreement that in the kink scene, all honorifics are inherently anti-revolutionary, apart from daddy if it's used for a femme-presenting person, mommy for a mass-presenting person, and comrade if it's between switches.
Just call everyone comrade and be done with it.
Just call everyone comrade.
Yeah. Just call everyone comrade. I feel like that.
And with that, we're going to end it. Thanks so much for coming, everybody. Okay.
I'm proud of you, Rowan. I'm proud of you.
Thank you. We've all leveled down, I think.
Yeah.
Yep. No, not our characters. Us as humans.
Us.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely.
Should we do the thing?
No.
Yeah.
Do the thing.
No?
What thing?
Needs to be unanimous, guys. Sorry.
I want to do the thing.
Let's do the thing.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Chasing Tales. If you've been here before, welcome back. If you have not, welcome for the first time. We are Chasing Tales. We are a UK-based TTRPG network streaming channel thing, and we play a whole bunch of games. And tonight, Thursdays, it is time for Dungeons and Dragons. So, welcome, everyone. So, before we get into tonight's game, a couple of orders of business to get to. First up, I do that whenever I read notes, so look forward to that later on in the session. A recurring thank you to our friends and supporters at The Cognitive Merchant. Wonderful makers, manufacturers, purveyors of leather and vegan leather dice bags, dice cups, dice trays, LARP gear, and TTRPG accessories. They're lovely. They deserve your money, and you deserve their lovely products. So go and put those things together at thecognitivemerchant.co.uk, where you can find links to all of their socials, their TikToks, and their Etsy store. Moving on. Shall we? I mean, this feels very quick, but my list just says, "Welcome back. Who are we?"
That is fine.
Stuff,
you know.
And then where the group are. Last time, character intros. Play the game.
I mean, if it is what's written on the page is.
I know what it.
The page speaks truth.
My ambient music isn't on yet.
I was gonna say.
That's what it was. It was silent, and I was like, "What?"
Something's not right.
Something is not right. Yeah.
DM sense was tingling.
DM sense was tingling.
All right. I appreciate the slow build-up, Kevin, but if we could... There we go. Okay. So, without, I guess, any further ado, unless anyone has any things to bring up before we begin?
No.
Alright, I feel like this was way quicker than usual. I don't know what's gone wrong.
I don't know.
We need to have a discussion about honorifics in kink before every session. That's what it is.
To be honest, it seems to have sped up getting to
the... Everything goes quick compared to that.
No, everything goes quicker with kink.
Yeah, that must be it. Fucking hell.
I don't think that's true.
I'm very sorry.
Maggie, it is true.
I'm very sorry.
No,
that's not. I was saying I refuse to apologize.
Rowan, first of all, do not apologize. Second of all, do not lie to us.
I mean, I'm sure some things finish quicker, yeah.
Oh.
Moving on.
That wasn't me. That was on David.
Yeah, I know. So.
Andrew, do you want something to do just to put that time?
No, I think we've covered it.
You sure?
I think we've had our buffers.
Because your captioner doesn't work. So if you send me back a link, we can have the time to talk about it.
Oh my goodness. Okay, hold on.
Send it to me through Roll20 though, because I can't
how's
open
that? Beep boop. I am the DM.
Yeah, that works now. It works.
Okay.
Great.
I pressed start captioning earlier and it didn't stop. Anyway.
That's fine.
Last chance for everything to explode. Okay, gonna take that as we're fine. Okay. In that case, last time, and previously on Chasing Tales, our wonderful, intrepid band of adventurers, the Soulguard, have emerged. They have resurrected their friend Maple from the dead. They have halted the Lich Queen Kaiser's plans by stealing and destroying the heart of the Zartan, the mighty earth elemental they found their way to the plane of earth to find. They danced across Naratos, metaphorically, they didn't actually skip across Naratos. They travelled across Naratos, encountering family, new friends, before resting and returning home. Things have changed since the Soulguard have been away, crossing the plains on their various quests. The state of the war that plagued their home nation, the Kingdom of Adagan, and the neighbouring arcane superpower of Volm has entered a strange ceasefire. Whispers of conspiracy among the High Councillors of Volm have put doubt in the minds of their citizens, their leaders, and their armies. And so as things sit in a strange precipice, the party have taken a short time to do a few pieces of administration, to travel across seas and deep into the Underdark, travelling through plants to greet family, reconvene with older patrons, and barter extensively with eccentric shopkeepers. In doing so, they gave themselves time to rest after a strange event. Not far from their home, a Volman ship, a high-flying airship, crashed into the mountainsides nearby, delivering a strange and horrific new form of undead creature filled with writhing worm-like leeches. Reports of this have been taken. The information has been digested, and as the Soulguard return to Yalen Hall Manor, their home, you have received summons by your contact at the Kingdom's Royal Covert Commission, Jed Rauner, to attend the Royal Covert Commission in the morning. We left off last time with you all getting to bed, resting as best you could in the night. And we pick up here in the morning. You have your summons, and as you all find your way down to the breakfast table to eat or just to chill out with your friends, what does everyone look like? A brief round of introductions for anyone who might have been joining us fresh. Alex, who are you and who do you play?
You're muted, buddy.
Interesting, a mute character. Fascinating character choice.
Hey.
I would be the last one to get to the breakfast table, so maybe should we start with whoever would be the first one, which I think would be Markos.
He's a pretty early riser.
He's pretty early riser, and there's Marigold is not here anymore, so.
Well, Maple doesn't sleep.
We've got a lot of early risers.
That's
Emmy's
fine.
also an
I
early
think Hemlock
riser.
is still here.
Yeah, I'm like I'm at Marigold.
Marigold.
I'm at
Marigold is still here.
I mean,
Maple
yeah.
doesn't sleep.
Fair.
Marigold gets up early, but she gets up early to like go outside and tend to the bees and shit. So
I feel like Marigold and Scylla, the dark-skinned young elf cousin of Hemlock, is probably outside. He's climbing trees, probably.
Nute's an old man, so he's always awake early.
So,
we're all early risers aside
given
from
that,
Sheriff.
given
Fair
that
enough.
going for early risers has not narrowed
Nope.
things down.
I'll still do it.
Let's arbitrarily begin with, if you're good to go, Alex.
Yeah, I'm good to go. I will
Okay,
first
go for it.
take a bit of a hydrate.
Oh, a hydrate, you say?
Oh no, I forgot to fill my water.
I don't have a drink. I'll go get one.
Rowan, how dare you? Rowan, how dare you?
Rowan.
Ruefully unprepared.
Run in character introductions. Go.
So, as Ashura gets downstairs, he's wearing some silk robes. You see a 5'10", 5'11" drow, bald, tons of scars all around the body, some sunglasses on, even in the morning. Gotta hide those sunlight. He is 11 level bard, 12 level bard now, and 2 level paladin. Usually has some devil sword by his side, and that's him.
And let's go on to the old man of the group, Nute. Jordan, who art thou and who dost thou play?
So I am Jordan, and I play my wonderful, beautiful Sun Soul monk, Nute, who is a Duergar, about 3'7". Has long white hair, usually pulled back into a ponytail, and a wiry beard with flecks of grass sewn between. Typically goes around wearing quite loose-fitting clothing, nothing too fancy, very casual wear. And his body is covered in intricate elven tattoos that can heat up on command once a day. And he's just really likes punching. He's good at punching. He can punch a thing.
You can also carve seats
He can.
By punch.
and chairs.
It's like
What
his
you don't know is all of his
About.
bounty so far has been through punching.
Ah.
Don't know how it quite works.
Nice curve of the armrest.
He's got a chisel. He's got a chisel, but then just like, you know those pads that like people wear when like boxers are training? It's just got one of those on the back, so he just punches the back of the chisel instead of using a hammer.
Fuck. I guess, whatever suits his boat.
Yeah.
Whatever suits
Suits
both.
his boat? What the
Suits
fuck?
his boat.
What is it? What's the right thing?
Whatever floats his boat.
Whatever floats your caliphate.
And
Or
whatever
like whatever
suits it.
suits you. Yeah.
Whatever floats.
Whatever
you know?
suits your boat.
I'm gonna be using that from now on.
Yeah.
I prefer that.
That's very good.
Whatever suits your boat.
Whatever suits your
Whatever.
boat.
Whatever floats you.
Whatever floats you.
David,
You'll
who
float
are you
too.
and who do you play?
Well.
Hi, I'm David. I play Markos Astreva. He is a human ranger, level 10 ranger, level 4 rogue. About average height for a human man, in his 30s. He's in his 30s. He's a gun scout of the Royal Adagani Infantry, and carries his signature rifle with him. Snipey boy, basically.
Certainly is a
He's
signature
the pew pew
rifle.
boy of
Colossus Slayer. Oof. What a weapon.
I know.
So cool.
Meggie.
Hi. I know I introduced myself like a valley girl. Hi.
Yeah, you did.
Hi, it's me, Megan.
Hello, everyone. My name is Meg. And as you can tell by my many peace signs, I am bisexual. No,
I like long walks
Giga
on the
Guns
beach.
next.
Hey.
My star sign is sorry.
I'm a Taurus. What? Anyway, fucking hell. I also have ADHD. Can you tell? I play Maple. She's a rogue barbarian. She's a druid. She's not a fucking druid. My other character's a druid. Her wife is a druid.
Where is your brain?
My brain is not having it right now.
Don't worry, it's all social sessions next. We're doing nothing.
Oh god.
She's a rogue barbarian, is what she actually is. She's very buff. She's very short. She's very fast. She has black curly hair, side shaved and braided down the middle. She has like black lightning scars following her bone structure all over her body. She doesn't wear sleeves. She doesn't wear shoes because fuck you. And yeah.
She's a gnome, which is why she's so short.
Yeah, she is. She's a gnome.
And
A quick
bringing us back
intermission to say thank you to Menda for subscribing. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hey, thanks, buddy.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Nitwits, yeah.
Yeah.
And lastly, and hope maybe to bring us back to sanity, Rowan, help me.
Why are you
Please?
coming to me for help, boy?
I have no choice.
Hello, I am Rowan. I'm rounding out another queer with ADHD at this table. We flock together like moths to a flame. And flame is D&D because we love each other. Tonight I'm playing. Who am I playing? I'm playing Hemlock. Jesus Christ! I'm playing Hemlock. She is a 14th level druid of a circle of spores, and is loosely a half-orc, half-elf. She has green skin and tusks and pointed ears with long black hair in a braid, big Coke bottle glasses, and she walks with a staff to assist a limp she's had from birth. However, she also has, growing out of the top of her head and her cheek and her shoulders and her legs and her ribcage and pretty much all over her body, are mushrooms of some unknown source that appear to be entirely healthy, just as she is, growing from her skin. And similarly perched on her shoulder is her familiar Lily, the undead frog, who has a mushroom, a fly agaric mushroom, growing out of her back. It's me.
So, Soulguard, in your various time, you make your way down to the common spaces of your home. The morning and the day is yours. What would you guys like to do?
That's a good question.
Have breakfast and go see Jed, right? We were summoned urgently.
Sit down, have some nice breakfast. There's no point going to an urgent meeting on an empty stomach. You know.
Yeah.
Very true.
Hey, has anyone seen Markos by any chance? Just.
What do you mean? I'm right here.
It's like I could still hear his voice, but.
His stealth is too high.
His stealth is
I'm
way
not
too
even
high.
hiding right now, guys. I'm just sat at the
Oh,
breakfast.
oh, wow! You were there the entire time?
Yes.
That was you,
Been
the
here for-
flying cup of tea. I thought that was just like the invisible servant. You should try to be more visible. I don't know.
You're good at hiding. You should wear a high-vis vest whenever we're not in combat.
Right, I'll put a flashing light above my head. you
Yeah,
know,
that-
so
that-
whenever I'm not hiding, you can see me. Very funny.
I mean, like, no offense, guys, but I feel like as the one that doesn't need to breathe, I have the upper hand here.
I mean, if you're hiding underwater, sure.
I mean, anywhere. If I don't need to, I can infinitely hold my breath, dude.
Still think I'm better at hiding.
I feel we should have a stealth
Me
off,
being
but
like, I
not
have a plus
today.
14, bitch.
Plus 14.
I have plus 15.
Where's this getting? Fuck. Oh, damn.
Plus 4.
Yeah, no, I'm a plus. Yeah.
I got a +1.
What are
You
these
guys
numbers
okay?
we're talking about?
Are you guys
this doesn't
content
make
to
sense.
enjoy your metaphysical
Yeah.
conversation while eating breakfast?
It's
On a
'cause me
scale
and
of
Markos
1
both
to
have levels in
something.
rogue, so we have fucking
Yeah.
expertise.
Alright. You guys enjoy your breakfast, you gather your things, you head on that hour-long trek from your home to the city of Adigan. As you're walking through the trees and along this road, it's chilly now. You're cresting in from autumn, getting ever closer to winter, and there is that kind of dry bite of chill in the air. Thick white clouds billow overhead, casting over a kind of a dull grey light across the day as you find your way into the slightly more busy kind of outer villages of the city, and eventually through the walls onto the cobblestones of Adigan. You guys be lining it straight for Jed?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Do we have anything
Yeah, I
else
think
to
so.
do in the city? I don't think so, right? No.
I don't think so.
Alrighty. Easy enough, you guys find your way back to the office building, the headquarters of the Royal Covert Commission, and head your way in the familiar desks, some of which are empty, people are still coming in for their mornings. But you find your way up the stairs to Jed's office, knock on the door, and he welcomes you all in. He has a few more chairs laid out this time. He seems more prepared to have all of you here, though it is quite cramped with that many chairs. It feels almost like a miniaturized like lecture theatre. There's like his chair, a desk, and then like little neat rows of 5 chairs in front. All right, morning. Come on in.
Morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Jack.
Strains his mustache. All right, so you guys all right? Anything new aside from the other bits with the ship?
Apart from that, I don't think so. We took 2 days just to ourselves, but I don't think anything else happened during that time that are particularly of notice.
Right. In that case, then straight to business then. We had the 4 reports in from the Beast Corps riders that came to support that incident after you guys were there. Thank you, I guess, for that, for responding that quickly. Looked pretty weird. Weird is what I'm going to go with.
Yeah, pretty weird.
Yeah.
It seems to kind of confirm a lot of what we talked about, right? This Kaiser intervening or meddling, at least in some way.
Well, considering it was one of her lieutenants there with a downed Volmian, what are they called? Shimmer ship?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Full of zombies doing a weapons test. Kaiser is definitely deep into Volm.
Yeah.
Now, you guys are not. You are on the Crown service, but you guys have been given a pretty long leash so far, and you've done quite a lot with that. So I want to make sure we're kind of keeping that kind of atmosphere going forward. So I've got a few, I'll say suggestions. I've been chatting with a few of the generals and stuff, and we're getting a bit of a better plan, and essentially just starts with we need to know more. With, as you say, right, a Volm shimmer ship flying over our borders and landing, but with strange zombies in it and a Oinoloth thing that is there with them.
I have a question considering, by the way, discussing that. Don't you have, because I know you have the beast unit flying around with griffins. No one saw the shimmer ship. Or was it because
not when it crossed our borders?
And not because
it could have just. It was the middle of the night. It
right.
was
right. I'm by that I mean maybe if they attacked once, maybe having some patrols around the city, like in the sky.
The shimmer ships is something we've never been able to counter.
Okay.
For all the griffins that we've got, for all the eagles, for all the scopes on rifles we can produce, those ships can just fly too high.
And invisibly.
Most of the time visibly, though from the reports, this one wasn't cloaked.
It appeared to be damaged when I checked it out with my scope.
Potentially as well, it might have been deliberately uncloaked, so that if it was directing to us, we would see it. They wanted someone to notice they needed to see those things in action, and it just so happened that the things that noticed were us.
But why would it be damaged, right? Because if he just wanted us to see the ship, he didn't need to just head on the ship. He could just have turned the invisibility off or something, right?
Well,
quite
I
possibly.
It was
mean,
a crash.
We saw bodies there, so it was...
If it had been taken down, if it had been an active shimmer ship, got taken down and then put back up again.
The bodies we found that came back,
They were civilians.
Undead, they were wearing civilian clothing.
Exactly. So...
They did not have any equipment. I seriously doubt that this was a captured and repurposed Greyblade ship.
Well, look, a couple of things stand out that I believe. Just let me double check that I'm getting the right one. 9 councillors just seems like too many to keep track of half the time. What was it? It was Anvil. Takahashi, that's the one. Yeah, one of the conspirators that we think is part of this, High Councillor Hunan Brought. He's the High Councillor of Takahashi, the nation where they do the most of their arcane research, where they produce the shore skimmers, and where, to the best of our knowledge, they produce the shimmer ships. If he's on side, then they have access to that. Whether it's doing damage or not, I don't know why that might be, but the bits that I'm kind of focusing on with this is that it doesn't sound like it was an accident that you were the ones that found it, that landed near enough to you. You've interrupted this Kaiser's plans by your accounts a couple of times now. You've caught their attention by the seams of things.
well, and also that Oinoloth did say something about studying when he first revealed himself, so I think
Yeah.
Kaiser's probably doing her research.
Yeah, it wasn't...
Either on those undead or on us, or both.
Yeah.
I think a bit of both.
Because the attack didn't seem to be to kill us, so at least they would have brought more muscle power.
It was something
power.
that we could definitely handle.
Exactly.
I think if this was an attack that was designed to cause some real damage, it would have been 20, 100 of those ships, not just the one.
Yeah. So
Yesterday we had a bit of a... We gathered some of the knowledge that we could. Ladies from the Hall helped. We gathered the books we could from the Arcanium and did as much reading as we could on fiends and that kind of stuff after the reports of there being this Oinoloth, this Harksorog there. I believe the case with most outer planar beings, like fiends, is if they are slain on a different plane to their home plane, they eventually reform. So this Harksorog is not done. He's going to fuck off back to whatever lower plane they're from and then pop back. So the lessons they were learned were not lost. They will still get learned. And you are not the average soldiers. The 5 of you are not a representative demographic of our armies.
Nute turns and looks at the undead, the mushroom person, the 2 Hakuri, and the behemoth of a rifleman.
How do you turn to yourself, buddy?
I look down.
Look down.
I was like, oh, you don't say.
Yeah. Ashura looks at, like, just proud of himself and the group.
We're
Like, yeah.
not a typical squad, that is true.
No.
So something that
Creme
you
de
could
la creme.
handle does not necessarily mean that the rest of our force is good, or that any other force is good.
That's fair.
So, that said, it sends out to me that we are perhaps on something of a timescale. If she's doing her research like this, targeted to the point where they're doing trials like that, we don't know when they're pulling the trigger. We don't know how common those worm things are, and we don't know what the inside of Volm looks like right now. So, we noted down a few objectives. These are not necessarily things that you must take on all of, but things to see what you think that you'd be best suited for. Because, like I said, you guys with a pretty long leash has yielded some pretty, impressive results. So, discovering the links between Kaiser and these Volman conspirators and exposing this connection. If you can show with proof that these conspirators, one, making sure it's those 3, and if there's more, who, and if you can prove that it is this connection with Kaiser and that's terrible, the rest of Volm will turn against them harder than they are now. At the moment, it's a ceasefire, it's a pause, it's question marks and doubt. If you can expose more of that, turn the whole thing in on itself, we might not even have to get that involved. They might root out the cancer themselves.
Are we sure about that? I mean, just in case, are we sure that the rest of Volm will turn against them?
There's, it's one thing to conspire against your nation by providing incorrect information and deceiving them to go into war, and consorting with an undead monstrosity.
No, I agree with you. I'm just saying, I don't know Volm or their culture.
I mean, if you think about it, Ashura, they found out that those people were lying and immediately stopped the war already.
Yeah.
I mean,
So,
in a little way that we can, they're citizens of this world, and Kaiser is looking to potentially end it.
Yeah,
Well,
I
no,
mean,
Volm
that's a
not.
fair point. I hope that, they can understand that at least.
To our knowledge, Volm does not endorse or particularly use necromancy to a level of acceptance. It's used as a weapon, but not to the point of animating the dead. So if a bunch of them are consorting with this lich tracer, that would most likely cause some concerns. Almost to the next one. Establishing contact with Volman counselors that are not connected and collaborating with them to fight whatever Kaiser and these conspirators are bringing to bear. Get them on side, get an actual conversation going that is more than just, wait, maybe we shouldn't be trying to kill each other. A conversation of alliance, if possible. If that's possible, I don't know. We don't know. But if there are counselors that revile this conspiracy and this Lich Queen, then perhaps there are friends to be found there.
So
There is...
Sorry.
Karen.
My mouth is a bit dry. I need to hydrate quickly.
That sounds like a good idea.
So if
It's a good thing they provide carafes of water in every meeting room. Huh?
right, it
Well,
seems like
standard,
everywhere we
yeah.
go, there's just water everywhere, like glasses of water. It's pretty impressive.
Hydration is important. Why wouldn't
Yeah, exactly. So would you say that the mission would be to get in close and get as much information as we can without making any ripples? Is that it?
That's that pretty much describes anything that you could do over there. Whether you're looking for the ones who we think are conspirators to understand them, or if you go to people who are hopefully not to understand them, there is a ceasefire. There is doubt and question marks over various factions' loyalties. Different banners of the armies might remain loyal to their councillors, or they might remain loyal to the nation of Volm and respect the ceasefire. Either way, a troop of a couple Adiganis, or no, a singular Adigani, and
Yeah.
the rest of
Good
yourselves.
point.
I mean, the fact that most of you are not Adigan helps somewhat, but you have struck hard against them when they attacked, which we are thankful for. But we'll
Just a quick check. Surely, if we as a group went into Volm and were spotted, that would surely be seen as an act of aggression, right?
not necessarily.
This isn't the first time that we've gone into Volm.
I mean,
The last
No.
time we
were
went,
caught pretty quickly.
but that was
And-
during wartime, huh?
It's
The
definitely not as great.
the last time we went with the prerogative of aggression, not towards Volm itself, but with that in mind, and we ended up killing Volman soldiers. That's not what we're doing this time.
If you were to go into Volm, we would send with you paperwork with a royal seal, trying to grasp some kind of diplomatic pass. Whether people would respect that or not is not known. That's one of the reasons that we look to maybe asking this of you rather than diplomats. We have many nobles of our country that would willingly go, that are practiced and silver of tongue, but if things were to go south, they would never be seen again.
You need a group who can handle themselves, not just say pretty words.
Exactly.
Oh, we
Carry
can
the
do,
message.
we kind of
be
can
spec-
do both. That's the
Exactly.
good part.
Are you sure
can
about
carry-
that, Ashura?
No,
I was
But-
with you in Mario yesterday. Are you sure about that?
I'm not good at anything. Exchange, trading. Nah, making myself. No. You know what? I'm very bad at. Yeah, no, I'm not silver-tongued. I am. People try to rip my tongue whenever I talk, so maybe not. Yeah.
I think at this point, just carrying the honest message, being skeptical and curious, and having the robustness to stand up to anything should it go wrong. But if it goes wrong, I cannot impress upon you how serious it is that it is handled. Whether it is quietly and no one fucking finds out, or whether it is opened up and exposed and made sure that people disrespected the ceasefire and you were not to blame, this was not a war that we were ever going to win. We were fending them off, battling backwards and forwards on the ground with, frankly, less than a half of Volm's total forces. They had them still stationed across the rest of their country. If they brought everything they had to bear on us, we would not last a week. And so this ceasefire, this conspiracy, I don't think it's melodramatic to say it is Adigan's survival. And by the sounds of what Kaiser is up to, much more than that. The last two things on this list of potential objectives is exploring what Kaiser is doing. Whether this is in Volm or the Favored Hollow. She's doing this research. She's making new things. And we have no idea what.
Well, we know she's dealing with the Mind Flayers now.
Well, yeah. That's
Also, worms.
Well,
Great.
yeah. It's not looking good. I'm just saying. Just doesn't. Nah.
The last is at least notifying the dwarves of the Eye Spine.
About
I
our
think-
presence.
I mean, of the things that are currently going on.
Right.
because of past incidents with the Bilthimian Empire, they have, and later Volm actually, they have become very reclusive and insular. Talking to them is not easy. Getting there across Volm is not easy. But if we have the unified support and a unified message from Adagan and from at least some of the councillors of Volm, then perhaps they'll listen and open their doors. And they can be convinced that this is something that they should put their necks out to help stop. That is something pretty useful. So that is.
A lot.
That's it. Yeah, it's a lot. And I'm not asking you to take on all of these objectives. But I think that your talents will be best suited toward approaching at least some of them.
Can you just remind me what the second one was? I'm sorry, my brain.
Find a councillor to get on side.
Establish connection with non-corrupted councillors and get them on side. More help in the fight with Volm and with Kisa. I've got them all written down.
Nice.
I was writing them down, but my brain just shut off for a hot minute there.
Very, very fair.
No worries. Okay. All right.
I'm assuming we don't currently have channels open with councillors.
Not for councillors, no.
So,
We still have that hesitation to. We have means of sending messages, but physically they might have been lost, and because of the nature of how unstable and uncertain things are, we have chosen not to. We have magical means, but because we do not know, we don't know what it looks like. We don't know what Ezodam looks like right now. Whether it's a mass of soldiers, a mass of undead, or fairly normal. And so we have no information whether or not to base who we can risk reaching out toward.
I am going to say this to kind of turn to the rest of the group in the kindest way possible. We as a group do not necessarily have the best history with diplomacy. My mind turns towards finding proof of Kaisa's involvement or exploring what she is up to, either in Volm or in the Fabled Hollow, as something that perhaps our talents are a bit more suited towards.
Yeah, we have kind of fucked the diplomacy angle in the past.
yeah.
Reconnaissance is potentially a better fit for our skill set.
And we can also just infiltrate cities without being, we can disguise ourselves well enough. Well, I don't think at least that Volm knows exactly what our faces look like. Well, I hope not.
We're now in the position.
You
Hold
did
up
parade
magical
yourselves
inspection,
around
but-
the entirety of Adagan with massive illusions of you and the entire party.
I remember when I did that. Okay, we can disguise ourselves. Yeah.
You don't know what we looked like. Wait, remember the time we toured the nation with a billboard of
Hey,
us?
Yeah.
to be fair, the only two that still look like they did back then are Ashura and Markos.
It's true.
Yep.
That's-
Also,
that is fair.
the Volmian soldiers that we rescued from the place in the Queenswood, or the same place
Yeah.
where Hemlock's parents
Yeah,
were,
yeah, I
they
remember.
would be able to be like, "Oh yeah, we were rescued by the Soulguard from
Yeah.
some mind flayers. Here's a detailed description of every single one of them."
But then now we look different, right? But anyway, we're not gonna
Yeah.
walk around with a mushroom lady, a half like a pale gnome. No. The dwarf is fine.
I don't know. Last time I tried to walk around, I did get killed. So like, I am a bit.
Two Hakuri and a man with a big rifle. That's like
Yeah, the big rifle. Yeah, that's gonna have
the
to.
identikit, for
Yeah.
the Soulguard is
Yeah.
pretty easy to recognize.
What?
You say that, but I'm like, Maple isn't identifiably from Adagan.
Guys,
She's
I'm the
just-
worst.
Is identifiably maple.
I'm the worst.
Not
bard.
anymore!
Was part.
Guys, I'm the worst bard. I do not have.
Do you not have disguise self?
No, I never had to use it until now.
Alice.
Shit.
We can
I have major image.
find-
I can major image us.
We can find out what we
I
can.
don't think
we
Major
have,
Image works like that.
No, it doesn't.
we have ways that we can go in, either at least partially concealed, if not disguised.
Yeah, exactly.
If there's one thing that we've got a pretty good history with being, it's sneaky.
As discussed previously, we have a plus 15 and plus 14 to stealth.
Whatever
God.
that means.
Sorry, Marcus, I lost sight of you for a second.
I definitely lean towards either finding proof of Kaiser's involvement with the conspirators or finding out what she's up to in either Volm or the Feyblade Hollow. As something that I think would be suited for our skill set.
I mean, I feel like they kind of go hand in hand, right?
They do.
If we're proving that there are conspirators involved with her, then that also involves getting information about what they're involved with her with.
If we can find a way into Volm, we
And
can
that sentence, everyone, was Maple's -1 charisma.
if we can find a way into Volm and find evidence of her influence there, we've done more with less. We went to Titan's back and faced her in person before we even knew really who she was. Now that we know what we're up against, what she's done, what her style markers are, if we get into Volm, then not only are we searching for her influence, but we can at least provide information back to the Adagerni army of what is going on in Volm right now. That's 2 birds with 1 stone already. We go to the Feyblade Hollow, we can provide a little bit, but not as much.
We can provide at least. Well, was it your vision where you saw the portal?
Yes,
that you went through with
the last I saw of the Feyblade Hollow was Isako, Lord Isako Nighthand, and Kaelin riding through a portal into another, I'm assuming the Feywild, and that was when I lost sight of them. We have killed Isako since then. I assume he's regrouping there. Just because we go there, that doesn't mean we have to go through that portal. I would be concerned if we did.
Oh, yeah. Also, we really need to find a way to permanently kill things.
We do.
You could disintegrate them.
Well, that wasn't...
I don't know if that works.
I mean, you're right here as well, Maple, so it's clearly not permanent.
I mean, yeah, but it took a lot of effort to bring me back, didn't it?
The second that Hemlock says that about finding a way to think, sorry, I missed who it was, saying Nute to kill things permanently.
Yeah.
A familiar, soft voice kind of caresses the back of your ear. I think I can give you a hand with that.
Ooh,
How?
exciting.
Now it's all buy-in, friend.
It's all buying?
Buy-in. Commitments.
Commitments, I see. Alright, so who would be making those commitments?
Always you.
Is Ashura just having this conversation?
That was a good question.
Like...
Did I start just talking to myself while everyone was like, what are we gonna do?
You can respond
Commitments.
telepathically. you can respond telepathically.
I do.
Okay, well,
Because if...
Also,
yeah.
like, just really quick, also, Ashura being like, who's going to be making the commitments?
I know! It's just he's...
Like, oh, actually, this time
bro.
Markos used the sword, you know, just a bit of variety.
Just out of interest, and I'm pretty sure I know the answer to this already. With Ashura speaking telepathically, can I hear him?
No.
Cool. Just wanted to check.
That would be fun if you can hear anyone talking
I can hear any
telepathically.
telepathy within
That would be
120
fun.
feet.
It's just detect
Just a
thought.
fucking radio receiver.
Yeah.
I'm a radio tower now.
Oh, I received something.
yeah,
Okay.
you hear that small interjection from the devil within your sword.
Alright. Okay. What kind of commitment are we talking about here?
Conversations for later. Think on it. And the voice and the presence seems to retract into the blade.
You know how to be creepy. Fucking hell.
So, I think at this point we can say that perhaps establishing contact with non-corrupted council members and contacting the dwarves in Irespine may not be the best fit for us. At least now.
If we can get this evidence of
If we can provide the
Kaiser's
evidence.
involvement with these corrupted councillors, then it might not be that we need to do too much diplomacy if we can just drop a dossier on the doorstep of a councillor we can trust. Or at least we think we can trust.
That's
and
the
then
thing.
we see what happens.
It's establishing who out of those councillors we can trust.
What better way to find out than to go into their home cities?
Yes.
First of all.
Second of all, I feel like before dropping like a file with all the information on it, which would be, of course, the best move to do, because it just shows everything. Since it's gonna take some time, and we do not want to give that time to Kisa, why not try to find one of those councilmen that has the highest probability of not being part of the rest of the people working with Kisa? And maybe just talk to him about it. One of us can just go without telling who we are, without showing if we are with Adagan or something, but just saying
go into Volm, find, say, someone who was already maybe outwardly spoken more than their compatriots, if they have at all.
And we do not tell them who we are. We do not say we are from Adagan. We just say there are dark dealings that are happening, and they need to look more into it.
Jed, do any of the councillors have a particular pacifist leaning?
That's a good
Leaning,
question.
no.
Fuck.
Closest we could begin to make assumptions would. None of them are particularly bloodthirsty. They, for a good chunk of time, were just very prosperous. To a point where Adian was very jealous for a good chunk of time. Until things started going sour. Recently, when we first heard of the ceasefire, it seems that the nation is concerned by these thoughts of conspiracy and deception. So most of them would be, and most likely already are, investigating in their own ways to try and understand, to try and protect their own, and to detect a level of
hide their own tracks as well, I don't doubt.
And absolutely the inverse.
If I remember correctly, the reason why there hasn't been that much outward speaking against the three conspirators is because of the power that the three of them wield. Of Councillor Lachille overseeing most of the military, at least the most powerful parts. One of them overseeing the docks and the other overseeing the city that creates their weapons of war. That's three very powerful enemies to make.
Very, very powerful friends if you're a Lich Queen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Andrew, did you ever send me the list of all the councilmen?
We did. It's
right?
It's in the Adagan channel on Discord.
Right. Okay. I'm just gonna look at
We
it.
scroll up and again. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
I think it might be pinned.
It might be pinned.
As far as councillors that hold sway, that would be our first guest, top of our list to talk to. They maintain level power. They are a knit council of the High Councillors, and they make their decisions together. Well, they did. The one who perhaps holds the most sway is the Councillor of Grey Landing. It's the closest thing they have to a capital. And High Councillor Thris Gillois is... yeah. The High Councillor Arcana.
Fresh Lillois.
I shall put it in the chat.
Thank you. Yeah, it's the table is somewhere in the Adagan chat. I have it.
I've just pinned it, and we should also hydrate.
Hydrate.
Yeah, I'll just write them somewhere else because I had them in my notes, but not on my D&D Beyond page.
Yep, that table is pinned now.
Cool. Thank you, Bibi. All right, Thris Gillois. I love the fact that you said it with a French accent. And they are the council member of Arcana, is that what you said?
Yes.
And
Yeah,
Grey
they,
Landing.
Yeah. I believe... So, Grey Landing is somewhat renowned amongst the cities of Volm. It was the capital of the Beltharian Empire, those that came before. And when they overthrew that empire, when the mages overthrew and in a single night took down the dynasty and established themselves as rulers of the realm, they took the old citadel of the Beltharian Empire and they sent it into the sky. And it now floats as an island above Grey Landing and is their highest location of arcane study.
So it's a flying...
Wait.
Flying
literally?
Island.
Okay.
I haven't seen it. I don't know exactly what it's meant to look like, but there are many stories of the flying... It has like a fancy name or something somewhere. Yeah.
Presumably there aren't going to be many other flying islands we can confuse it with.
No.
No.
Yeah.
Accurate.
How does one get onto a flying island? Like,
Fly
it's
there?
kind of difficult to sneak in the middle of the sky.
That's a fair point.
I've tried.
Yeah.
What about a very long ladder? I could probably make that.
Okay, well, that's a question for another time. Maybe we'll see. Maybe taking a ship or something.
Grey Landing is a ways away. It's about as far.
Yes.
It's approximately as far as you could get.
Yeah.
Inconveniently.
It's near the Dragonstone Forest as well. Shit. Okay.
Right.
Interestingly,
If we... Yeah, okay. There's a few things I personally like to do, but that would be for later.
Mm-hmm.
I am for breaking down the anvil, and making sure that the factory for the damn, what is it called?
The Warforged?
The Warforge would be taken down. I do not like how they meddle with the souls.
that is not the anvil. I believe that's in Doloran.
No,
The
that's
anvil is where the soldiers are trained.
Right. The war machine?
Kalen talks about it a lot.
Is the war machine the place?
The war
I think
machine-
I think I misspoke. Takaster is
yeah, the notes are the wrong way
Jill-
around.
Yeah.
The anvil is in Doloran, which is overseen by Lachille.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
the
that's sure.
annotations on the map are the wrong way around then.
Yeah, because Kalen talks about it because Kalen is from Takastor and moved to Doloran to start training in the anvil.
Yeah.
Okay.
Grey Landing isn't that far from the Scattered Teeth.
Yeah, it's
We
there.
could potentially recruit some allies with a ship near the area.
I've been to the Echo Brand Isle. I'm sure I can go to a tree. I can bring us to a tree in the Echo Brand Isle. If not, back to Levasuda.
I mean, we also have our own boat.
We do have our own boat. It'll just
we've
be
been paying so much upkeep on that boat.
It'll just be easier to get from the Shattered Teeth to Grey Landing than from Maldron to Grey Landing.
Yes. If we go by sea,
we have a boat. It's in Maldron.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hope's dad has been taking care of it. He's been like renting out to other sailors to help pay the fee for docking. It's chill.
So if we go by sea, should we maybe try not to arrive in Volm, but maybe arrive next to the
arriving outside the border?
Yeah, I feel like it's easier to cross the border by foot than by sea. Or am I? Or maybe not. I don't know how the coast are. You know, they
would.
I can certainly help us more if we travel through the sorts of terrain that I'm used to. Ocean is not one of them.
Ocean is not one of it. Okay.
Understandably.
Because
I mean, docking in Volm would mean that we don't have benefits of stealth, but we don't necessarily need that if we have papers from the
I
king.
agree, and it would
But
make our
nations-
position more official.
Mm.
We would look less sketchy in their eyes.
You can, if your objective is to go places like Takahashi, to infiltrate and conduct reconnaissance as to Kaiser's research and involvement with the conspirators, stealth sounds like your best option.
Mm.
If you're going to try and lean on being official, lean on the ceasefire, take documents from the king, then going direct is probably more viable. If you were going to go to Grey Landing, first off, getting across that coast is obviously heavily patrolled. When the conflict was mid-swing, it was you attack over the border or you try and outflank the other in the sea, and it got to the point where week-long journeys of people trying to just outflank the other across the water. Sure.
OOC guys, do we want to have the next few sessions being stealth and shit, or do we want the next few sessions being social and shit?
I've just had something pop into my mind that would allow us to at least cut out a little bit, depending on where we want to go.
What do you mean cut out? Cut out what?
So rather than just like we have 6 sessions sneaking across the hundreds of miles of Volm. Potentially, if we're say going to Takahashi, I could wild shape into a bird,
see a tree,
go to Takahashi, slap a tree, and then
This bad boy can fit so many transports in it.
To be fair, you would need to. That sounds complicated. Because how many times can you wild shape in a day?
I can wild shape twice in a day for a total of 14 hours.
14 hours.
It's half your level.
Fuck. Okay. Then after that, you need to hide yourself.
7 hours one way, 7 hours the other.
Yeah. Could potentially get to somewhere in the Shattered Teeth, and I fly there, whack a tree, transport via plants back, and then we've got a way in.
Alright. Personally, I love the idea of stealth, but I like the idea of making a presence known, because if we have to work with the councilmen, or at least we try to, I think it's better to approach it more diplomatically. At least even if we're not there to talk to other people and such, but...
You can go with the combination.
Yes, I think that would be a plan.
I think that this Thriss, if we think that maybe going direct to Thriss, at the capital, would maybe give us a leg up in our investigation, we could stealthily approach diplomatically. Maybe let Thriss know that we're there, but not that many other people.
You could do that.
Maybe help get safe passage.
The issue comes with the fact that the cities are quite disparate. They operate relatively independently. It's not like the nation of Volm is one where it is governed by one with subdivisions. They are the separate regions.
Like a feudal system.
Somewhat, yeah. So if Thriss were to give you all the blessings in the world and allow you to help in their investigation, which I'm certain they are undertaking of their own volition right now, you would essentially just be joining their ranks to investigate, which might be helpful. But as far as her allowing you access into Takahashi, given the current state of things, her word would not necessarily have much traction.
I'm gonna be honest, guys, I don't think it's worth us taking a massive boat journey all the way around to a massive thing just to try and talk to one councillor to hope that it'll help. I don't think it's worth the time. We
have abilities of contacting people at range. We can go make our way to Takahashi or Doloran and undergo our investigations of Kaiser's influence there and potentially send messages to Grey Landing.
Just a point here as well. Thinking about these councillors, we don't know which ones are good.
No.
We don't know which ones aren't corrupted. But what we do know is 3 that are.
Mm-hmm.
We have information on ones who have worked with Kaiser. We don't know anything about the others. So I feel like surely going for the ones that we know
Wouldn't make sense.
are corrupted.
Yeah.
Work on that, get that information. We spread that information out wide. The others will find out then who's not.
I mean, think about it. If we find out solid proof that those 3 councillors are linked with Kaiser, we could take it to the councillors. Yes, they are, say at max 6 people with power. Or we give it to the people.
Mm.
Think about what we did with the Dao. Like, you talk to the people. They are the masses. We're going to incite revolution.
Revolution now. Let's get that volume bread.
That's.
But no, like, we have other alleyways, and I agree with Nute. We know what we know. We know these 3 are corrupt. We just need to prove it. Once that's proven, then we have that. I feel like that's our first get-in, almost. Finding that proof.
My question to you is, that's fair. I do not really care where we hit, as long as we're there. But would you say in your plan, we go there officially or stealthily? Because if we want to go to, for example, Dororan or Takaster, it'd be weird if we go officially.
We should not go officially to either of those places.
No.
We know for a fact those councillors are corrupted.
Exactly, I agree. But in my mind, I feel we lose something if we do not at all go in Volm officially, and they do not know of our presence.
That's the thing. Like Jed said, if they are so independently governed, we go to Takaster, for example. We do our research. We go there undercover. We do not tell people we are there. We find something. We get out. Then we go to Grey Landing with official papers. That way, we've not only got evidence, but we've got backing from the crown.
Also, getting in is our main issue. Getting out, we can do like that.
Yeah, no.
As we've seen with our last days of travel.
Yeah. No, getting out is not a problem.
Bring a tree with us.
Well, hopefully. Let's not forget, we're not the only ones who will have magic there.
Yes.
Real quick,
yes.
Hemlock, could you just make a pocket tree? Like one that you could just kind of.
I could make a pocket
throw
tree,
out when we need it.
I mean, to travel through it, it would need to be a big tree.
I mean,
so if we can make a tree that goes like.
I mean, I can grow and shrink. Why can't a tree?
I don't know how to make a tree do that. It's an alley for investigation, but not now.
An alley for investigation.
Okay.
What's absolutely infuriating me as someone who used to play a druid is the staff of woodlands can turn into a tree. You can plant it and turn it into a tree.
I know, but we don't have one.
We don't have one.
Fucking hell.
It's driving me insane.
That's why you're a barbarian, Maggie, now.
So it sounds like you are leaning a little more on the Takaster side of things. Your idea of rapid bird tree transport, if you could do that,
I think I can.
Great. And he rolls out a map and pulls out a pair of walkies and little tape measure
compasses.
Yeah, let me just get the
I don't know, I think they're full walkies.
I believe it is I can wild shape for 7 hours in one go, I think, and then I can do that twice.
So
it's 50 miles from Echo Brand to the coast of Volm, so
from Adigan to Takaster, it is 280 miles.
Yeah.
I just did some numbers. Not dashing, because dashing is beginning to get to sprinting, pushing your exhaustion.
What's the average airspeed of an unladen swallow?
Well, I don't know about that, but an unladen giant eagle can travel 80 feet around.
Yeah.
So that's 9 miles an hour, which for 14 hours gets you about 150 miles. So you could do a day, rest, almost a full day, get there, tree. It would be a 2-day trip, but
it would be quicker if you went from Echo Brand, right?
Go from Echo Brand.
And fly.
That's what, 20 miles? Did you say? How many miles?
No, from Echo Brand to Grey Landing is about 50.
So it's
Echo Brand to Takaster is 130. You could
do that in a day.
I could do that in a day.
130, yeah.
Yeah, because I can fly. I can technically fly for 14 hours.
Worth mentioning, halfway through that, you're just going to suddenly start falling and have to quickly go.
I'm going to fall for 6 seconds.
To be fair, how cool would that be though? Like flying through the air, the seas beneath you.
You know when it's gonna end, right? So you just like arc upwards and do a cool flip, and then like become a bird again.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, and then I slap a tree, transport via plants back. The only thing is, that's a big fucking bird to be flying into the middle of a city like that.
Yep, I agree with that.
Let's go to a forest nearby.
I could do it. I could get
tree, like outside
somewhere nearby,
of
couple of miles out.
Yeah.
And
Like-
you know,
Like, we don't need to go directly into the city with this
No.
tree.
Well, and if
Like
you
that-
fly high enough,
That would
you're
raise a
gonna
lot of
fly.
suspicion if we suddenly walked
Yeah,
out
that
of the
would
tree
be
into the
awkward.
city.
yes.
I would also offer caution.
Mhm.
Echo Brand is neutral territory,
Yes.
still present. How are you thinking of getting to Echo Brand?
Transport via plants.
I've been there before.
You can just
So-
teleport there.
Can you do that twice a day?
Yeah.
I can do it a couple of times a day, actually.
Oh.
Yeah, do it
Alright.
separate. I've got it's the 6th level slot. I have a 6th and a 7th, I believe. So yeah, I can do it twice a day.
All right. So this is becoming more of an operation plan. Hold on. And he like begins like pulling out like little like chess pieces. Like moves some papers on his desk and like puts a little like a notepad on one side.
I
Right.
mean, we have that on the map. We can try that.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm
so you're
adding the
thinking-
name.
All of you, if you're thinking this, or
Yeah. Everyone to Echo Brand.
everyone to Echo Brand, you bird,
Mhm.
over near Takahashi,
Yes.
find a big tree.
Mhm.
You can then bounce back to Echo Brand.
Mhm.
You all rest the night, and then in the morning or the next day to Takahashi.
Yep.
And then you are in every sense of the word, unknown enemy territory.
So thrilling.
Wait, just a real quick thing. Before we use all that time and effort, do you need to physically touch the tree,
Yes.
or does it just see it?
I do. I think I need to have touched it. Let me double check. Let me double check the things
That's,
of this.
that's why we talk about
Doesn't it just
clapping
say a
trees, 'cause you
a
need to
tree that
touch
you're
it.
familiar with?
Yeah, from the issue is the ambiguity
Depends
with
how
what
Hemlock
we
is
mean.
familiar with trees.
Yeah, like it's the
You
ambiguity of what they mean by
you must have seen or touched. It says in the spell.
Okay.
yeah, like I think seen close enough to know that tree.
Yes.
And know that that is big enough for what you need, which is why
Yeah.
I wouldn't allow a thing like a scry on an area, then teleport, because that's just kind of cheesing a teleport for free.
Yeah.
Well,
Could
not
I
free, but
could I do a flyby?
you
like
could
not-
you could do it. It would have to be a
Yeah.
fairly close flyby or
Yeah.
a flyby or a very good perception check. But yeah,
Just wondering. I
Land
think it
on
would.
it. Birds land on trees all the time.
Yeah, I know,
they
but
do.
I'm a fucking big bird.
Yeah.
Big birds land on big
Giant
trees all the
Big
time.
birds land on big trees.
you are a
Resistance
large.
universe.
You are a large bird.
I'd a large bird.
Are there no medium bird that can fly that fast?
Not with that speed. The giant eagle is the fastest, and that's 80 feet.
Okay.
What if Markos? You got a scope.
I do.
We have giant eagle riders.
That's true.
Oh
Want to borrow a
shit.
saddle?
Oh shit.
I mean, Hemlock, if you're okay with me being on your back,
That's. I think one of the first interactions that I ever had with you was me being a raven and sitting on your head for a bit. So it's only payback.
that's actually correct, I think. Man, that seems so long ago. We were also heading into Volm that time, so,
We were.
you know, this is
To
appropriate.
Rowlet's can.
Yeah.
God,
No,
that was
that's
so
good.
long ago.
That gives you some defensive capability, too, if necessary, which
Yeah.
hopefully it won't be.
Aerial attack.
But also less, if there is a flying unit of Volm, a giant eagle might pass. A giant eagle with a rifleman on it might not.
That's true.
Also valid.
I can keep low to the feathers.
You can
you-
stealth yourself as well, can't you, Markos?
We do know he's very good at
We
hiding.
do have a bottle of
Like, and if I go with Hemlock, I can make it much harder for people to see the eagle, if we need to.
Astro.
Ah, yeah, you have that
That thing. That thing.
I have a
Stealth spell.
ranger spell known as Pass Without Trace.
Where you pass without a trace. 2 places.
I think that's a different spell.
Is
Okay.
that it? Okay. I thought that was the same.
So, is that a plan? Echo Brand, me and Markos to Takaster, then back to Echo Brand?
I mean, the only flip is if all of you go and then have to rest in Echo Brand, there is a potential for danger there. The rest of you could stay in Adigan. Hemlock goes from Adigan to Echo Brand to the tree and Takaster back home.
That's fair. We don't. Yeah.
I agree.
That
with
won't actually change the timing on things.
No,
I
No.
don't either.
wouldn't.
It just means that we don't have that night in Echo Brand.
And
We
the
have a
night in
night
Echo
here.
Brand, the night in Echo Brand, I think you're right, can be
That's the
dangerous.
wild card.
That's the wild card. We don't know if there is like tons of Volm agent undercover just waiting for a beautiful
It's an unknown
drow just
quantity.
walking around.
It might well be fine, but
Well, I don't doubt they at least have an embassy there, right? If it's
At least-
unaligned in this war and so close to their shores, they will have people there.
Yeah, at least
They
they
may
can trace.
recognize us, you never know. Kissa could have agents there.
yeah.
In that case, do we really want to send Hemlock alone?
Well, no, I'd be with
No,
you.
but- yeah, okay. Hemlock and
Also-
Markos alone.
Also, if they're going, then it's to their eagle away.
Yeah,
There's no time spent
there's
there.
no time spent there.
We can avoid people there as well.
Yeah. If you're going, I want both of you to take the belts.
Yes, I've got one.
You've got one, but Markos, you'll take one.
I can fly myself.
I know, but if you fall multiple times, I can just take the belt just in case. We never know.
Okay.
If you fly, just you'll give it a bit. It's on me right now, but
Yeah.
No, that's fine. I'll take one just as insurance.
Something else. Maple.
Yeah?
How Marigold? If I left some instructions and some ingredients for some certain potions, do you think she'd be able to make them?
Yeah, totally.
Because do you remember back after I died, I had those potions that I was able to read people's thoughts. I
Yeah,
feel like that could be really useful.
she can make those. She's been making potions while we're off doing shit. So
Yeah, if we can take, she has free use of my workshop and my distillery. Scylla can help her as well. He's got some passing knowledge. I feel like that could be useful.
yeah,
So yeah. Me and Markos out to Echo Brand, then flying to Takaster.
I think
Let's
so.
do it.
You guys prepping what we can back here.
Who has the 2 potions of invisibility?
I think they
I
might
have
be in
one
the
of
back.
them.
It's Markos and Maple, I think.
Okay.
I believe I have one, yes.
Yes. Okay.
I have
Good.
one.
What else can we give them in the meantime? Do I have anything?
So, are you thinking of heading off today?
Sooner the better.
The sooner
We
the
could.
better.
We could go today.
Just so it's known, I am still a bit. I'm scared of sending you two alone in there. So.
Well,
can we?
The
Just
worst
let's-
case scenario, look, I know the sort of land around there. Worst case scenario, we find a place, we hunker down,
And you
we
teleport
hide.
back, and you can
We
teleport back.
hide.
And you can teleport back.
Until-
Anyway.
well, we can teleport back, and also, and I kind of like give a weird side look to Jed. I don't know about Markos, but if again we get discovered, at least Markos can hide himself, and I have definitive way of proving that I'm not from Adigan. And I just roll up my sleeve.
That's fair.
That's true.
Right.
I'll do.
Let's just take our time with the preparation, okay?
Yes.
That's
So-
the only thing I ask.
Insertion plan. Boom.
Insertion. Sorry.
Yeah.
God damn it!
I had to do it. We've been
I
serious for
had to
too
do
long.
it.
So when we get there,
hmm
we investigate the facilities of manufacture of their war machine,
Yes.
the shimmer ships, the surf speeders. I forget the names of these things.
hmm
And
Anything,
the war machine.
anything that even has a slight hint of Kaiser.
Since this is a reconnaissance mission, Jed, I'm assuming sabotage is truly off the table. We do not want to stir this hornet's nest.
Does it
That
have
said,
to
we
be
would be sabotaging a counselor who we already know is corrupt.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, if as long as it can come with a level of proof that they are in league with Kaiser, then I defer to your judgment in the moment. If you find the place is swarming with zombies, banners of Kaiser's insignia all over the place, and you find a war
Worms.
machine factory there, blow that fucker up.
Yeah.
Anyone that would see that explosion would also see the rest of the horrific shit that's there.
I may need to go see Deneric before we go then. I'm running a little low on explosive devices.
That's fair.
That's good.
Basically, evidence comes first.
Yeah.
Repercussions later.
Get in,
Evidence-
get the notes, blow it
You know
up,
what?
get out.
I had these were in the field with one of our commanders, but I've had these requisitioned because been massive happening over there at the moment. And he pulls out a small wooden box and he lays out on the table as he opens it. It's two smooth, kind of greyish stones, which have like winding script around them.
It's Peebles, just in case we need. Just
Peebles!
It's,
Throw this really, really hard,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
it will carry a message. No.
you write a message on it and you throw it at people,
And if you go through their window, then they pick it up and they see what the message is.
and then they remove the message and they send it back.
If you have a question in the middle of an intense moment, I will respond. If you have it at the end of the day, you're a short message, but if you want to report at the end of the day and me get the message straight away, use this. And he pushes it across the table towards you.
The Hemlock, if it's magical, you better take it.
Oh, I mean, I'm going to be a bird for a bit, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Markos, you take it.
Yeah.
You just talk, Markos. It's a rock, and you're talking to it. What's so hard about that?
Also, your best
you-
with-
Train to
It's a
use
rock,
these.
Markos. It's a rock
It's
that listens to you. Come on, it's
basically-
not that bad.
Just you have to think about Jed and you talk to him and you just think the rock is Jed.
You don't even have to do that.
Markos,
This
I've
is the
seen
only
you
one
talk
that's-
to. I've seen you talk to rocks that don't respond. You'll be
That's true.
fine.
That's true.
Hey, look, the Zoran is a beautiful creature, okay? I know it did not respond beautifully, but, audibly, but we understood each other.
Just
Okay.
if you are in danger,
Yes.
defend yourselves. If you are in a position where you are prepared to take the first shot and you believe it is the right thing to do and you have the time, check. Ask.
Shoot first.
Right.
Be like Han Solo.
Right.
Yeah.
Ask first, shoot questions later.
Indeed.
You know that individual Han.
I don't know. Sounds like a bit of a cross-franchise question. All right. Sounds like a plan.
It does weirdly. This is rare, guys. We
However,
rarely have
No,
this
we come
is
up with plans
D&D,
all the
so
time,
will
but-
we stick to it?
I only hope, like OOC, I only hope the only plan that we follow through the entire campaign is the plan where there's only Hemlock and Markos. The rest of the plans I do not care. I just want both of them to be fine and come back to us. If they end up fighting Kisa, just the both of them, well, you know.
I'm
I'm not sure Kisa herself will be looking for a bird above Volm.
Maybe, you don't know.
All right. I'm gonna go and he's been taking. Jed's been keeping notes of these plans as you have been talking and discussing. Right. So,
like Kisa birdwatcher? Question mark.
Markos, you're gonna go
Yes.
and stock up with Deneric, and you guys are heading out today.
We can do.
Probably.
Mhm.
These
Okay.
stones, you say they work once per day.
Once a day.
Right.
Dawn. The rest of you will have a day to prepare, and you lot should hopefully be back within just over half a day. So, you guys making preparations, restock and head out. I'll let the generals know.
Thanks, babe.
All right. Godspeed. He tucks away his sending stone into his jacket. and stands to gesture for you all to make your way out.
Cool.
Let's go.
As we're like
Let's make a move.
walking out and like walking to go back home, Maple's gonna turn to Nute and she's gonna be like, I know we said we might disguise ourselves, but I'm not putting the sack dress back on.
The sack dress is so good.
Oh, the
It probably
callback.
still fits as well.
It definitely does. It was so itchy.
It's just a sack with armholes.
But it was done on like a nat 20, I'm pretty sure.
It's true. I think Hope used
Hope
mending
used
to shrew
mending.
it and rolled like a natural.
Still
It was a
making
very well.
dress.
It was a very well cut Hessian sack, right?
It's a dress out of a potato sack, basically.
Yeah.
In an alleyway. It wasn't even inside.
Alright. So,
I'm just saying, if we don't have other options.
is there anything that you guys are doing in town aside from passing by Dinarix?
Making sure we pick up a big old eagle saddle.
The old eagle saddle is it's on the way to the house. It gets loaded onto a car. It's not very big. It folds up fairly well. It's like a bit of a wrapped up thing which like folds out and has just like a simple harness for it around the neck and around the wings. But it's actually fairly lightweight and compact. So it's easy enough to like carry.
Just one real quick thing.
Yeah.
Nute will also hand over to Markos the folding boat. Just because you're going over water, just in case.
Just in case.
That's not a bad idea.
All right.
Nice planning.
Yeah, that's not a bad
Like, if you're about to fall in the water,
All the wondrous items you guys forget
Like
about.
like
Now.
I said, I'm very good on land, in forest, in mountain, not on the sea.
exactly.
I might be a son of a shipwright, but I cannot sail for shit.
Also, growing up on a tropical island, I don't really know how to sail either. People wouldn't let me on their
The
boats.
son of a shipwright and the daughter of 2 pirates, and neither can sail.
No, look, like
I like that.
I'm a better sailor than I am a swimmer.
I'm a better swimmer than I am a sailor.
Well,
Okay.
I just run on the water.
I'll drive the boat.
You drive the boat.
Yes.
Hemlock's the dolphin pulling it.
To be fair,
That would work though.
not a bad shout.
I mean, I feel like Hemlock can turn into something bigger and scarier than a dolphin.
An octopus.
I can go into at least a kind of shark.
Like a dire shark, right?
dire shark.
One real quick thing, Andrew. Bear in mind, the last time I used the boat in a campaign was to throw it on the top of
My God,
some
it
kind of
was
devil demon creature thing.
on a bone claw and throw out the
So
Oh, I remember that.
Very valid.
I have been tempted to use the boat, but figured I probably shouldn't do that this time around.
Used it as a lid to keep a bone claw in a hole.
That wasn't even a folding boat. It was a patch from a cloak of many things.
Cloak of useful items, or whatever it was.
Useful items.
It was a 10-foot
Yeah.
hole followed by a boat on its head.
To which it just went. "Ugh." It did have to use its turn though.
I did.
So-
I did.
All right.
So,
You just throw the boat at someone and makes it the biggest boat. Dodge this, bitch!
Wild shape into a swallow, go above someone's head, wild shape into a blue whale. Done.
I can't go into a blue whale. I don't have high enough challenge rating.
Ah.
Only moon
Anyway.
druids.
alright. Heading out across back through Adigan, you make your way very swiftly through these now familiar streets. Even though not all of you are from Adigan, this place has been home for such a long time that you wind your way through with expert familiarity to that kind of central kind of crossroads of 3 separate roads, in the center of which is Dinaric's workshop. The door is ding as you enter, and there's no one behind the counter, but after a few seconds, there is a familiar... Hi there, folks. What can I do for you?
Genetic!
I love him. He makes me so happy.
So, have you had a chance to use it yet?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good. The
Good.
knockback,
Good.
I haven't had a chance to use it on more than one thing at once yet, but I blasted a zombie with it and it went flying. It was so good.
Nice. Good. And like you just catch a glimpse through like the larger vaulted door that goes to that kind of secured off workshop. You can see a human man, like light thin blonde hair, who seemed like the second like the word knockback is mentioned, he like looks up and you can see he has like a bunch of bruises across like one of his like elbows, and his hair is like pushed back a little bit.
Aww.
So what can I do for you today?
Well, I was wondering, and I will pull out the one remaining sticky bomb I have that I believe I got from the gnome burrow, Browpeak.
Yeah.
Yes.
Not Browpeak.
The other one.
No, it's not.
Was it Brabik?
It might have been Browpeak. I think it's Browpeak.
I think it was Browpeak.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have anything maybe similar to this, like gunpowder or anything. I don't know. Be careful. It's a little like tacky to the touch.
Yeah.
It's gnomish, if that helps. I don't know.
I've seen similar things. And he kind of like turns and begins to walk into like kind of hunching down to fit the vaulted door into the workshop, and he just kind of beckons to follow. And heads over.
Something 3 inches in diameter, if you know what I'm saying.
He like stops, like just his head that turns. I know what you're saying. I've known what you were saying since you asked for something like this. Here, I made. Not gonna lie, the launcher under your rifle is patterned slightly after some of these, and kind of shows. And there's like a rack half filled with what look like kind of like pump action shotgun-esque things, with like a bit thicker, like a bit more of an elaborate curled wooden handle. Rather than a pump, it has like a top-mounted like handle. And he like looks to one side, and he like opens up like a top thing of like a hard like steel can, and there's like 4 or 5 about 30mm wide like brass cylinders that seem to have like domed tips rather than sharp bullet points. I haven't had the chance to use many of these because the ceasefire came in just kind of as I was finishing these. Take these, and he just like picks up like a smaller little leather pouch and like slots. It's not really a pouch; it's more like a leather strap that has like slots for them.
Like a bandolier.
A bandolier, yeah.
Okay.
And loads 5 of these like brass cased projectiles. These are not meant to be launched by your thing, but should still go off on impact. So, question mark. On whether or not that will work.
As long as they blow up, I mean.
They should definitely blow up. Let's call it a field test.
Let's call it a field test. Well, hopefully we won't end up using them, but you know, I'll let you know regardless.
Perfect. Here, and he like hands the strap towards you. Kind of suits you, doesn't it?
It does a little. I'm getting covered in lots of little pouches and things. It's a lot, to be honest. A lot of brass on me right now. It's fine.
Carriage systems for all the different bits and bobs we've been outfitting the soldiers with these days is getting to be a problem. Some kind of more appropriate vest or something might be in the works soon.
Yeah, the plate armor makes it a little bulky, you know? And to be honest, I don't think this plate would do much against a rifle anyway, so...
No, it's true.
I bet I could throw one of those so far.
Yeah, you could.
And like turns around and like plucks one more from the case, and like leans down and like he
used to be a gnome.
He is a gnome. He is a juggernaut warforged. He is about 9 feet tall. Despite his kind of like exuberant and childlike manner,
he has a good.
He has an
5.5 feet on me. So.
Yeah, he like down towards you and like in his massive hand hands you one of these.
He's a gnome, but a construct the size of a Goliath.
Yeah. Leans back up again. Okay. Was there? You probably need some more. Yeah. Hold on. And he kind of heads over to a different stand and just pulls out like a standard case of ammunition. And pulls out just like a similar to the pouch that you have, and just like hands it over, and it has 30 more bullets in it, just because.
Nice.
you're probably getting through them.
Nice.
Yeah.
What do we put the explosives in our inventory as?
You can put those in as 30mm low velocity explosive projectiles.
I assume that's not on duty.
No. 30mm low velocity. Levex.
30mm what?
30mm low velocity explosive
LVEP.
projectiles.
Nice.
Levex.
And you said I got 4 of those.
You've got 5. Maple's got 1.
Sweet.
Nice.
Sweet.
Maple,
That's
punch someone with one of those in your hand when you're raging.
Oh. No, because that'll blow me up too.
Yeah, you can take
You'll
it.
be fine. You'll be raging.
I can probably take it. I have 150 hit points.
You're tanky as shit. You'll half the damage, and it'll look really fucking cool.
And if I use uncanny dodge, I can quarter the damage.
No, just use evasion, because if it's a deck save.
Yes.
Use evasion, not take any. You punch him with an
Yes.
explosive in your hand,
Yes.
then you go. Whoa, I dodged it all.
Imagine.
You move like they do.
I punch someone with an explosive and take no damage.
I feel like having to make a deck save against something that you've specifically said is in your hand.
It's complicated.
That's like the opposite of cover, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's in your fist.
It's in
It's
my
like
fist.
you are covering
It's
it.
pretty badass, though. Like,
Yeah. I mean, I feel like you could also just pitch one like a American footballer, like directly at someone's face.
yeah.
Yeah, you could.
So I put the details of what they do in the
Thank
in the
you.
Roll20 chat.
Nice one.
Oh shit, that's a lot of d6.
Oh my god.
Oh Jesus.
All right. Was there anything else I can help you all with?
Just keep being your beautiful self. I like what comes out of that mind of yours.
He's so cute!
So cute.
Oh, actually,
Love him.
then Eric, just a quick check. I don't suppose you have anything to help with punches.
No, I'm a firearms manufacturer. And like looks around to the workshop full of firearms mid construction and research and development.
Not even like a fist gun.
A fist gun.
I'll get back to you on
from
that.
Ruby.
Like Yang, yeah.
I'm 100% thinking of Yang from Ruby right now, and I'm like,
You're already a Sun Soul monk. Why are
true.
you?
You have magical
already have
fist
that.
guns.
You have fist
Yeah.
guns.
But when you say that, like his kind of absent-minded, like single glowing, like kind of twisted lens eye, kind of like narrows slightly.
Yeah, he's thinking about it.
I'll get back to you. Back to you on that.
Thank you. Also, real
It just
quick,
comes
imagine
back.
something like that where Nute's Sun Soul fist punch can like get empowered and amplified by something, and just shoots it like a fucking cannon over like 300 feet.
God, all of you are going to come out of this campaign with legendary weapons, and I'm just here with a stick that I used to
we're all
walk.
just gonna come out as like Iron Man, to be honest.
Yeah.
All of
It
you,
just keeps happening.
all of you are. I can't fucking wear metal.
You can choose to.
I waive that rule.
Me and Nute don't need armor, bitches.
Yeah.
I need that armor.
I
People
waive
want
the
to kill me.
druid. Yeah.
That's
Me
right.
and Nute have Dex armor.
The whole druids can't use metal thing is really just
I'm not going to dig
Weird.
into it too much now because we're
Yeah.
mid game. I don't like that it makes a choice for you. It doesn't say
Yeah.
that they often don't. It says that you
They
don't.
Yeah.
So like
yeah.
it's made an actual character based choice for you, and I don't like that. Anyway,
Anywho,
is there anything else that you guys need of Deneric, or are you content to head home and begin the execution of this plan?
I want to make sure everyone has rations
Cool, easy enough to do.
for a long trip because we don't know how long we're going to
Yeah.
be there.
Draw they're like a silver piece each. You can just add
I mean,
as many rations.
I want to make sure everyone has them by reminding them because I have no money still. So
You also have a kitchen and a chef at home. You can get a packed lunch. Like,
I mean, yeah, but I mean rations as in we don't know how long we're going to be in Volm investigating shit. So
yeah,
I'm not going to be
Zero
able to
loss.
necessarily hunt mammal meats.
You can very easily obtain packs of dried rations and stuff. Which actually also, like, you should... A day's worth of food is a big thing. Like on army deployments, like, it's like a shoebox-sized box, which is your day's food of, like, calories and different meals and stuff. Like, D&D, like, carry 10 of those, as well as the rest of your equipment. He's like, nope, no, that doesn't happen, no. You can't carry that.
I mean,
But
even just carrying 2 swords and a spear is fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
I can carry people's rations if they need, because I don't need to eat them, but I can carry them.
I worked out like you know the carrying capacity shit in D&D Beyond, how it calculates it for you.
Yeah.
With Hemlock's strength, she can't lift up me. She can't pick me up. She's too weak. Hemlock has a carrying capacity of 90 pounds.
90 pounds, damn.
Wow.
90.
Bad. But
How are you still alive, Rowan? How is your character still alive?
Because I've got 20 wisdom and 18
That's
intelligence,
right,
and all of
that's
you are
right.
dumb shits, alright? Like...
valid.
Hey, I'm 18 wisdom, fuck you!
I swear to God, Rowan
is the
tonight
music
has
that you can
been
manipulate
on
all of
fire. Like,
Don't give away the secrets, Andrew! It wasn't working!
So,
goddamn.
Yeah.
nevertheless, you guys can absolutely obtain the rations that you need and make your way home without issue. You can spend the time to pack your bags, to pack your rations, to organize your equipment, polish and sharpen all that you require. Marigold.
I would like to hand over because I made that potion of detect thoughts before, and I would like to hand over anything and everything I think that I remember using for that. Give Marigold a recipe and get her and Scylla to make as many as possible in the time that we have, basically.
The time that you have being until tomorrow.
Yeah.
So
But with the distillery, the time they would normally take is halved.
and there's 2 of them.
And there is 2 of them.
So they shall try. We shall see what they do.
And Marigold's wise as heck.
Marigold is very good. So, with them agreeing and taking your notes, and as they kind of go through the hag shelf, which holds a bunch of the ingredients for this shit.
This will be Scylla's first time seeing the hag shelf.
Yeah, Marigold, I feel like, has been here long enough that she's seen the hag.
Marigold has absolutely
Yeah.
seen the hag shelf.
I mean,
Marigold's
he
been
fished
there
out
when
the heart.
Collected things for the hag shelf.
Yeah, Marigold helped us to dissect one of the mind flayers as like one of the first things she did when she got to the house.
Yeah. Baptism by fire.
Yes, still the dark-skinned elf that you brought back with you from Narutos after you met and discovered that they were your cousin.
I feel like Marigold is like, okay, time to get doing some potions, and just like curtain.
He's like, excitedly kind of follows in and is like, yeah, I looked through a bunch of the herbs that you keep up here, and there was this shelf that you had to leave alone, and like Marigold like pulls it aside, and it's just like jars and hearts and viscera.
There are at least there is a head on that shelf.
And a couple demon hearts.
There are 3 at minimum 4 hearts and 1 head on that shelf.
What kind of head is it?
It's a mind flayer head.
So like, there's just this jar, and like floating in it is this elongated, illithid head, the tentacles curling around the bottom in the liquid.
Yeah, and I believe there is a hag heart, a Bulgara, a Garistro, and a mind flayer heart.
Do you wanna write that on the workshop list?
I will.
There's also at least
like
a
that
couple.
you can just be sure.
Yeah.
There's also at least a couple mind flayer tadpoles, if I remember right.
Yes, there is.
Yeah.
There's some dragon bones on there.
Scylla is just speechless, and like there is a moment of excitement and of curiosity as he kind of approaches, like, wow, what? And like it doesn't quite cross that threshold of being okay with it. It's like, wow, this is cool.
I feel like
God.
just like looking at the list and being like, okay, we need this jar of mind flayer bits. Just like,
Yeah, it is mainly mainly mind flayer bits and also mushrooms.
Yeah.
Damn.
And you can see like Marigold already starts taking the jar with the head down, and begins like considering, like you've talked like glands from the mind flayer's cerebral pouch, and is like inspecting the outside, looking at some of the notes that she's copied across from your notebooks about where the hell to cut to find that. But yeah, Marigold gets into full swing about planning an operation, followed by some distillery.
I mean, Marigold used to do like medical stuff on like a bunch of the mounts and like people in the tribe back with the gnomes. So she's
This is an alien.
fine.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying she knows what she's doing. I'm just saying she's not squeamish.
Sileni just knows about herbs.
Yeah.
And it was just like, oh yeah, I've got a cousin who's around my age who's also a druid and knows about herbs. Oh, that's sick. Oh my god!
Yeah.
Just crying a little bit.
But they get to work.
Nice.
And they begin that. As far as the rest of you, is there any other preparation that you guys would like to do before Hemlock and Markos depart?
Sharpening my knives. No, I'm joking.
Nah, I don't have anything.
I'm good.
I need to
Alright.
check.
Yeah, I don't think I have anything I need to do.
Well, we'll bounce back to you guys
Yeah,
kind of
anyway,
as we
if
go,
we
in
have-
case anything pops up that you'd like to do throughout the time, because there's a little bit to go. But Hemlock and Markos, you have the items you have procured from Deneric, the belts that can offer featherfall, a folding boat in case things go wrong, rations in case you are there for a good amount of time, and a saddle for Hemlock when in eagle form.
Boy, am I glad we have a bag of holding.
Oh boy.
Is there anything else you guys would like to do before transporting yourselves to the island of Echobrand?
Markos, have you ever been to Echo Brand?
I don't think so. No, I
Okay.
haven't.
Well, we're not going to be there
Must
for we're not going to be there for very long. Just going to find somewhere quiet. It's Leversuda light. Keep that in mind.
Okay. Alright, okay. So less public execution and
There's a
Ice
bit more.
Demon Man.
Yeah. There's some more laws.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Ice Devil Man.
Yeah. Just
Okay.
to keep in mind. Watch your purse.
Wait, was
I don't
Ekbrand the
use a
place?
purse.
Was Ekbrand the place where we found that dude who wrote letters to your mom?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Story for another time.
Orc tats.
Or that.
Look, I keep a small change in my shoe anyway. You know this, just in
Perfect.
case.
In my shoe.
In my shoe.
Alrighty,
It's
let's
so
get
uncomfortable.
going.
Secret pouch for it.
Like a little polly pocket.
No, I was fully imagining you just like walking on coins.
Just every time he takes a step, it just jingles. It's
How
not
are
very
you so
stealthy.
stealthy?
He's very poor.
With just gold rolling around at the bottom of your shoes.
Sure.
Please be careful on your way.
We will.
Try
I was
to...
planning on being reckless.
Yeah, if you
I
now that
mean-
you've said that.
Now, yeah, right. Like now that I've said it, now you'll just go like against what I've said because you're very.
I mean, we
rebellious.
were going to go there, and me and Markos were going to get absolutely plastered before we, flew to Takaster. We're not going to do that now.
Well, I was
Yeah,
going to
that makes
take
sense.
Hemlock by the reins and like drive her straight to the Fabled Hollow
Mhm.
and just basically urinate on Lady Kisser and see what happens.
To be fair, please do that. I mean, worst case scenario, we find a way to like resurrect you or anything, but goddamn, you would be a legend. Not forgotten, never.
Maybe one day, Ashura.
Maybe
We
one
will both
Anyway, we would both
be legends.
Yes, I mean I am already one, but yes, please be careful. And
We will.
in the meantime, so Jed has the other talking stone, right?
He does, yes.
Right.
Mhm.
Well, if anything happens, tell Jed to come to us, and we'll be here.
We'll be in touch.
All right. I'm going to go whack a tree.
Yeah, go walk a tree,
Alright.
and I tap
Well,
both of their
first
shoulders.
up, you gotta saddle up.
Well, no, I need to do the tree first, because otherwise we can't get to Echo Brand.
Wait, does that mean that you, whenever you're not an eagle, you'll just have a huge saddle with you?
Maybe.
Yeah.
It's
that
not.
means
It's
that.
quite a compact saddle. It's quite
Yeah.
a lightweight, thin leather thing, which is more just a harness to hold on to rather
Yeah.
than like a
Yeah.
provide support.
We'll get to Echo Brand. I'll put it on. I'll change. Then we go.
Okay.
Okay. We're
Alright.
gonna go whack a tree.
You find your way
walk a tree.
to kind of what's becoming the go-to whacking tree.
Yes.
There is a slight kind of walked path now leading to and from the largest tree that is near your manor house of Yalen Hall. As you place your hand across it, there is now what is becoming quite a familiar as the void opens up within it and you rush through, feeling that yanking sensation pulling you through that magical gateway that you have torn. And immediately, sun hits you. Warm sunlight, but a cold wind.
Mm-hmm.
You find yourselves kind of near the top of a hill, looking down to the south. You can see the island kind of splits in two with a bay in the center. And you see below you the town, the port of Echobrand. It's split on both sides with piers and pontoons spread across, reaching out into the water. The streets below, kind of beginning in smaller, more residential areas and leading down very quickly into big, heavy warehouses. This is a trading post.
Mm-hmm.
This is a trading post that developed into a town, but its roots remain. The kind of sandy, rocky terrain around you, familiar from when you were last here on your various, slightly less than legal exploits to get hold of the boat that now is your own. Well, you have reached Echobrand, and it seems you're in a relatively quiet area of it for now.
You know, legally I'm from here, according to Adagani records. I'm Lady Hemlock of Echobrand. This is maybe the third time I've been here. Lady Hemlock of Levesuda doesn't really look too good.
No, I mean, the opinion of Levesuda, of Adagan, not fantastic.
No.
Like, Melis has not earned a glowing reputation amongst the Adagan.
Understandably. And I think if I turned back at Levesuda being like a lady of Levesuda, I think people would probably have something to say about it.
I don't know if that would fly there, yeah.
No, that's not really what we do. Anyway,
Do we
yes.
sneak away from town and
Get
become
somewhere,
a bird?
Yeah, okay, somewhere open. I can't do it out of an alleyway, so...
Yep, you are kind of near the
We're
top,
at the top of the hill.
Yeah.
Alrighty. And I will wild shape
Alrighty.
into
There-
giant eagle.
There's a of sound and feathers that kind of burst out of your skin and shrooms as they shift and change.
Giddy up!
Yeah.
Off I
Alright.
go.
Easy enough to like whack that saddle on, tighten up the strap around that kind of front of the chest, and you take to the air.
Gonna be a long trip.
It certainly is. As you guys leave Echobrand, you're fairly certain that at least a couple people down the docks probably noticed a big fuck-off bird flying overhead. Nothing seems to come of it. But you get very, very quickly, Markos, one of the best views you have maybe ever had. Soaring among the birds and gulls that sweep and swoop around a busy, living harbourside. You see all the masts swaying in the harbour. You can hear the whoosh of all the sheets and ropes that slap against the masts. The tolling of bells below, and the wind above and around you. Sunlight washing down over you, and then just the sea. The countless waves descending into almost a glittering mass of slight glinting reflections of sunlight as you travel. The two of you begin to spot the occasional boat sailing its way as Echobrand fades behind you. An hour goes by. Another. And another. And another. And as they do, the hook's back home. As Marigold and Scylla are within the workshop, tinkering and working and brewing away, the three of you. Is there anything you guys would like to do while you are kind of waiting now outside the hall as your friends have vanished and as you kind of return inside? The seconds just tick on by.
I think I'd like to try and work out some. I think I'll just work in my workshop, but I won't work on anything specific, like any item or anything. He'll just take out his arcane notes and try to work the beginning of a spell that he has in his mind. I'll talk to you about it in the break. and just try to write down his idea.
Go for it. Go ahead and make an Arcana check for me.
Tukut. Yes, the huge arcane. I have good arcana to be fair. That's 20.
Right, cool. Alright, we'll discuss that later on, but you feel fairly confident that you'll be able to understand what can and can't be done with the idea that you've had.
10%.
Nice.
That was right. Cool. Great.
Maple Nute.
I think. Oh, sorry, go on.
No, I was just gonna say I don't know. So you go.
I think after they go, Nute spends the vast majority of the time basically just sitting under the living wood tree and just taking the time to meditate and really recenter.
Perfect.
Can't think and worry about Hemlock if you don't think at all.
To do that.
And you are practiced in the art of not thinking. You find peace quite quickly. You clear your mind. It starts to rain a little bit ways in, and it's quite cold. But in a very familiar way, you learned meditation on Titan's Back, where it is nothing but storm. And you find relaxation and peace. Markos and Hemlock.
I did have a little thing I wanted to do. I just want to take Willow out for a while, because I'm probably going to leave him here. I can't really take him on a sneaky reconnaissance thing. So I'm going to leave him here, and then I'm going to spend way too much time talking to Sibo and Orisk about how to take care of him and stuff, even though they know, and it's fine, but yeah.
Perfect. Willow excitedly kind of canters along with you throughout the woods near the manor. Seems to understand what's happening or what's going to happen. He's a smart little bunny.
Smart boy.
He's a smart boy.
Pets always know when you're going away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You take Willow out, enjoy some time together, and brief and then rebrief your staff on the correct ways of making sure that he stays happy and fed and exercised and all the rest.
Now he likes his alfalfa chopped lengthways, not widthways. Carrot sticks, not carrot discs.
Well, yeah, who wants this?
Swear to God, if you feed him discs.
He'll gore you.
He'll gore you with his antlers.
Yeah.
And bite your fingers off.
So, as all of you are doing this, Markos and Hemlock, as the hours tick by, you find yourselves passing noon, afternoon. It's late afternoon before you even see shore. But eventually you do, as the light is beginning to shift from that grey overcast blue sky towards splashes of orange and purple of sunset. You see the coast itself. Hemlock, can you go ahead and make a survival check for me?
I can.
Can I boop a pass without trace on us?
Sure.
If we're about an hour's flight away from the coast.
Yeah.
Just so that we have it when we land.
Is that cocked? That's cocked. Just a little bit.
Pass without trace is 10 minutes.
Is it? I thought it was an hour.
Pass without trace is an hour.
Was it? My mistake. Cool. Good to know.
Yeah, it's an hour. Up to an hour. Concentration.
Got a 15 on survival.
15? Okay, cool. With being up in the air, being high above anything that might distract, and having the sun pass through its course over the day, you are fairly confident that you have been heading almost directly south, which is the heading that you have intended, head toward Takahashi. And you begin to see, after a little bit of time, that inlet of the river that passes up the river. Ghelfi, I think. Yeah, it is.
Ghelfi.
You see that inlet of the river, and you begin to fly, and the coast and the shore passes beneath you. And you can just see now, from this altitude, as the sunset is beginning to wash in with the darkness and colour, the pinpricks of light of the city. What do you guys like to do?
I am going to. I will telepathically, knowing that Markos has cast the spell, because I can still understand common, telepathically to Markos, keep low, and I'm going to try and adopt, make it look like that this bird is just flying rather than flying somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like I am beelining directly for this city. It is, I'm gonna bank a little bit this way and then I'll dip and I'll rise just to make it look as natural as possible.
Cool thing. Markos.
Can I use some of my knowledge of beasts to sort of be
Guide
like,
me.
hey, there's this giant eagles. They've got this really distinctive flight pattern when they're looking for somewhere to roost, and just try and tilt Hemlock in that direction and
Yeah. Because I can still understand common as a giant eagle. Because I speak Auran and I can understand common.
Can you not also still just speak telepathically?
I think I can.
You can
yeah.
still.
Because you keep your racial traits.
Yeah,
when you're
your
in
racial
peaceful.
Oh, you do. You keep your racial traits. Yes.
You do.
Yeah.
Cool. In that case, go ahead and make a nature check with advantage.
I can do.
Either
that.
one each or one with advantage up to you.
Okay. Hemlock doing it with advantage is probably better. I just get double proficiency because it's beasts.
23.
23, yeah. You fairly well understand and replicate the kind of the circling, high altitude hovering that eagles do when patrolling an area of potential prey, but keep it slightly higher so that your size is a little bit less obvious.
Mm-hmm.
And begin to meander a little bit slower. After an hour or so passes, it's beginning to get dark now, as evening has arrived. Especially as you come in towards winter. Yeah, do you guys want to begin your descent and begin looking for a place to land?
Yeah. Looking kind of a few miles out of the city, I'd say, for anything from forests to copses of trees that look potentially big enough.
Alright, go ahead
Can
and
I-
make...
I was going to ask if I could perceive a forest.
Yeah, go ahead and make a perception check each.
What sort of landscape is beneath us?
It seems to be kind of rolling grasslands.
Okay, that's good. That is a perception. It's 19 plus 18?
27?
No.
37.
37. I got a 27
Alrighty.
with a 17 plus 10.
Yeah, it's kind of rolling grasslands, but you, even in the darkness as it's beginning to roll in, spot down below a couple copses of trees. Through your scope leveled from kind of the gliding eagle's wing, you spot a few. They seem relatively young in terms of the trees themselves. Nothing particularly thick. You do spot on the opposite side of the river to the city, a little bit further out, there is an older, larger, kind of almost a small wood, where you spot trees probably large enough to pass through for your purposes.
Yeah. Again, kind of keeping that sort of meandering, so it's not just I've seen a tree, go.
Yeah, it's
just
like we're
keeping
catching
it-
thermals, right?
Yeah, just kind of circling, spiraling down.
Ready. As you do so, you get closer and closer and begin to welcome the darkness as your large form gets closer to the ground.
Hello, doctor.
You see across the lake, across that kind of widening of the river where it kind of pulls into that lake by the city itself. You see it sprawling across the shore. Massive buildings, warehouses and factories, billowing smoke up above. Massive gleaming off of the sunset colors, bronze pipes and ducts that seem to come out of the factories and dip into the water of the lake. Lights and torch lights of both flamey orange and yellows and light blue seem to illuminate the city itself. Until you eventually get close to the ground and with a silent of your wings, your talons sink in to the soil of Volm. And that is where we'll take a little break.
Woo!
So, as our intrepid explorers set foot in enemy territory, we shall take half hour pause. So go and get yourselves a drink. We shall do the same. Get yourself a snack. I will definitely be doing that. And take care of yourselves. We'll be back here at 9 p.m. to continue this and to see what may lie for them in Volm. For now, thank you for joining us, and we'll see you guys soon.
Scary.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Get snacks. Be back.
Thank you, Tao. people. Oh god.
Hey!
Hello, everybody.
We are good. That we're good. We're good.
What was the Oakheart about?
My
The screen was
Discord.
all angry for a minute.
No, because my Discord was just Andrew, so like a few of the panel was just Andrew's face cut out. Goddamn. Sorry about that.
All right. How's everyone doing?
I'm good. I'm good.
Good.
I've eaten well.
Good. Well, I hope everyone at home is also doing well. Thank you for joining us, and we will get back into this. So, where we left off. Markos and Hemlock. Ooh, I know. Hey, I know, right? Yeah.
I remember when they did that.
Yeah, right.
Yep. Translation for everyone who doesn't speak mumble. Hemlock was a bird, Markos was on a bird, we went to a tree, and now we're scoping out a factory. Involved.
We did sick as fuck shit.
And so
Yeah, it was cool.
So now you after all that you feel a bit thirsty and you take a drink, right?
That's what I
Sounds like
do.
a good time.
Sounds like a good time.
I mean, Hemlock's been flying with like a man on her back for quite some time, so she's gonna be thirsty.
I mean, like, there's so much water around you as you're flying. Just like,
Yeah.
take a sip. I don't get it.
Yeah, just swoop down into the sea.
God.
Just go through a cloud, open your mouth.
Ah.
So,
Yeah.
as we left off, as you said, Hemlock in eagle form with Markos on the back. You have flown from Echo Brand, transporting yourself magically through the trees to get there. And now, looking for your insertion point. You have gotten close to the city of Takahashi, the home of the Volm war machine. You swoop down as evening sets in and darkness gives you some element of cover. You find yourselves at the edge of this copse of trees on the opposite side of the lake to Takahashi. You can see its glinting orange and blue lights, the glinting sunset rays reflecting off the massive bronze architecture of the factories that pump smoke out into the sky. What would you guys like to do?
I will drop wild shape. Yeah. Get off the harness, shrug my shoulders a bit, because I've been carrying a man for a while. Right, I don't want to spend any more time here than we have to, so let's find a tree and let's go.
Before we do, I would just at least like to get we're going to be arriving here. Just see what
Of
we can
course.
see.
Yes, good
And
plan.
I will make a perception check with me scope. Just sort of like have a
Take
look
a
across the bank.
guidance!
Ooh.
Slap you across the back of the head, I won't do that. Just,
What?
I tap
mean-
you on the shoulder.
This will be a disadvantage because of it is now getting towards darkness.
Okay.
You are scanning in.
Does my scope give me advantage at long distance?
It does, so let's go straight roll.
Straight roll with guidance.
And add a d4.
Oh.
The 17 plus 2, the 19 plus 13.
1,000.
32.
32. Cool. As you scan toward the city and look around yourselves as well, this copse of trees you can see on the other side of this relatively small copse of trees appears to be a small road. You can see what looks actually like a very small watchtower, almost like a hunter's hut, on little stilts about 15 feet high in this copse of trees, peering out towards you and across the lake. It seems empty. You can see inside, glancing kind of for signs of life in this small wooded area, among kind of the piles of autumn leaves that now gather and rot on the ground. Signs of an empty campsite. That looks like a small, currently disused camping ground. As you scan across toward the city of Takahashi, you can see on the other side, kind of going along the coast, there is a much more developed road. There is actually a paved road with kind of intermittent lights along it that seem to illuminate the occasional person walking. A few carts you can see through your scope what appear to be like a large cart with no wheels, laden with crates covered over by some tarp, seems to be hovering and just is floating behind a small group of people. you can see the city itself, and through your scope you see you have the they have the broken up architecture of the factories themselves. How buildings have like sky bridges connecting them and conveyor belts moving between. You can see kind of buildings with like no windows across the main floors, and then like high windows set up high on the walls with like a soft blue glow coming from without. You see a few docks and like thick, wide, heavy-looking barges kind of docked on the outside of them. You see one of them being mid-unloaded. You do see kind of on the opposite side, on what would be the south of the city, there appears to be a small like spit of land that goes out into the water with like frequent lights along it with like a dull blue illuminating them. And you see something moving slowly, almost taxiing along it, begin to pick up speed, travel along it faster, and then lift up into the ground and off into the air. What looks to be some kind of runway for their flying ships. As you see this one launch off into the air, you catch a glimpse of, from the same kind of area, a small one of these barges, a kind of a dull blue glow seems to come from beneath it, and it lifts up out of the water, spray being pushed and kicked away from it, and it seems to just pull away from the docks and begin kind of crossing the lake. Not directly towards you, but it is, you're on one side, it's on the other, it's crossing the lake. But yeah, that is what you see as you kind of take a minute or so to begin scanning across the area around you.
It looks very busy right now. Lots of deliveries coming in and going out, and I believe I can see the place where they launch flying craft from.
Mm-hmm.
We should get moving though. Let's head back.
Yes, let's go. And I will find a tree that's big enough for transport via plants and give it a smack.
Right. It is easy enough in this copse of older, larger trees and kind of...
Oh, wait, actually, there's something I want to do.
Okay.
I will do that, and then as we're, leaving, I will, druid craft, to try and cover our tracks of, little gusts of wind to blow leaves over where we've been standing, push the grass back up if we've trodden it down, things like that, to make it look like no one's been here.
Go ahead and make a survival check.
I can do that. I'm going to... Can I guide myself? Yes.
As long as you do so before you roll.
Yes.
I can help you pick out places that need to be covered as well. Just be like, look, tracks, etc.
Can I... Yep,
Yeah.
Okay. Nice, thank you. It's 21.
Yeah, you haven't really walked around very much, aside from kind of moving around where you landed and looking into this copse of trees. And you fairly well kind of disturb or make sure that you haven't left any obvious tracks. I'm fairly confident that unless a very trained eye was looking for exactly where you were, they probably wouldn't be aware of your step. But,
And, transport via plants. Going home.
Slap that tree, it cracks and grinds open as the bark peels away, and you step back through and find yourselves in the early mid-evening back at Yellenhall Manor.
Well, that went, given our track record with plans, surprisingly well.
The most successful mission we have planned yet.
Yes.
So far.
Yeah, I think might have been the first that we actually stuck to. Right. Let's go get the others. Well, not get them. Tell them we're back, and then take a night.
Get a good night's rest.
I need
think
it.
it may be best to go during non-working hours. I think those deliveries that were coming in, I don't know, I'm hopeful that maybe those won't be coming in at night.
Mm-hmm.
If we can go whilst it is still dark, that would give us an advantage at least.
Yes. In that case, then, if we want to stay up for a little bit more, just so we can ensure to leave and arrive in darkness, I'll go to the workshop and start working on some more potions for a few more hours. If you tell the others that we've got back.
We should let the others know at least. If we want to take a rest now, then we should take a rest now. Otherwise, yes. Okay, I'll see you in a bit. I guess I'll go find the others.
Easy enough. They are in the house. You are all reconvened.
In the
house has passed. Menki,
Yes.
do you want to go ahead and let's say roll a wisdom check with proficiency for Marigold?
Oh yeah.
Would she get advantage?
Yeah, with advantage for the help from Scylla.
Let me grab her character sheet real heckin' quick.
Pop up that druid wife.
I love how Hemlock has now like a full set of assistant. It's so
I'm
cool.
going to be opening up a shop before you know it.
Yeah.
Going to be having
You already
customers. I know, but a proper one where customers aren't pirates who make fun of me.
This is the end game. You just open an apothecary.
I'm opening an apothecary, and people
Level
are going to
20 druid
appreciate me.
apothecary.
People are going to appreciate me this time.
I will make them appreciate me.
I will make them
Oh
appreciate.
God, we gotta stop her.
They will love me and despair.
Let me. She's not in the. I went to the campaign, but she's not in the campaign anymore. And I think the problem is she's on my D&D Beyond account.
I think she had a +4 to wisdom. If I remember
She had a
rightly.
+4 wisdom, as far as I'm aware. So I'm just gonna go with that. And it's just a straight wisdom check, right?
And add your proficiency.
And with advantage. With advantage.
Proficiency would have been +4 also.
+5.
She's level 13.
Level 13
yeah,
proficiency.
sorry, I was looking
Yeah.
at my initiative for some reason. Okay, that's gonna be a 26.
26. It's been a hard day in the workshop. This is a new recipe for Marigold to be trying, and there have been a few misses and difficulties getting the right bits out of this alien mind flayer's anatomy to put together the same concoctions that Hemlock has fiddled and learned and experimented her way through. But with the help of Scylla and the very fine equipment in the workshop, they do manage to churn out one potion of Detect Thoughts.
Nice.
And let's have a little look.
What did I make with the potions that I fucked up?
You got a potion
so
of
far
detect draught.
in Hemi's past, there have been a potion of clairvoyance, and then obviously the contact of the plane were the other two that I have made.
Potion of Detect Thoughts.
Detect thoughts.
You get one potion of Detect Thoughts, and you get one potion of See Invisibility.
See invisibility. That sounds useful. Okay. I'll put them in my bag.
They are still mid working on the second one as you guys arrive, but with your help, for a bit of the evening, you can finish off those two. But yeah, you guys have the evening and you are together. What would you guys like to do?
So, how was Takasta? Everything good?
Busy.
What do you mean busy? There's a...
Where we landed was safe. It was
Right.
across the river in some trees, but there was a lot of activity. We saw a craft of some description get launched. And there were a lot of deliveries coming and going. I think we might need to camp out a little and choose our moment carefully. Perhaps even go at night. I'm not sure.
And that was close to, you said to like what do we call that? Not industry, the place where you make things. Factory. Factory. It was close to a factory, right? Or some sort of building.
Yes, we were across the river from a large factory.
Fair enough. Don't worry. Finish the muffin. It's cool. It's
Yeah.
true.
Hold on. Let me just think about something. Andrew.
Oh.
Considering Nute's time as a Warforged,
Mm-hmm.
what knowledge would would I have about Takahashi?
You were made there.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. It's like, would I know things like when it's likely to be quietest, general how to get around?
Go ahead and make a history check for me.
It's like remembering what it's like in your mother's womb. No, that would be...
Wet.
Does history have to be an intelligence skill?
You know
I
what?
think in this case, yeah.
Can be strength if you want it.
Oh, a 16.
16? Cool, yeah, like, you did not spend an awful lot of time in Takahashi that you remember. You recall some of your programming, your training. As Warforged are not programmed with skills, they must still be taught the initial skills in the first place. And so you remember being manufactured, awoken in your old body, and trained in sailing protocols. They had a ship in harbor in the lake that you were trained on, of how to navigate, how to use a ship and how to sail. You would sail on smaller boats around the lake to practice your navigation skills. Warforged are very quick learners. They are robots. But as far as the city itself, by the shore side of the lake, it is industry. It is entirely factories and things related to them. It is refineries, it is workshops and storage warehouses. Sprawling away from that is the actual rest of the city that people live in. The markets and the residential areas and the forums and that kind of stuff. So as far as the times to go, unhelpfully, it very much depends. During times of high demand, it will be busy 24/7. Most of the time, during the night, it's a bit quieter. As far as the state of it now, you have no idea. You do know it's well guarded, in the way that it produces the war machine of the nation. They have everything there at the highest standard and quality that they can produce.
Okay, I will relay all of this to everyone else as well.
It's like a city that is just Deneric's workshop, but city-sized.
Yeah, basically. So basically, it's going to be a very well guarded place. Probably best to go at nighttime, so that's a good call. And we just gotta hope that they're not too busy right now.
So, so under the cover of darkness, it is. Ideally, at least.
Okay, so...
Do we have time to get some rest tonight, Andre? If we get some rest, would it still be dark?
If you wanted to... Yeah, like it's kind of earlier evening, so it's like kind of 8, 7-ish. So if you head to bed now, you could wake before sunrise and then go. Alternatively, you can rest and then leave the next night.
True.
But yeah, no, if you were to all get down for a long rest right now, you'd be waking up at like
4 a.m.
5 a.m.
Yeah, 4
like
5
4
a.m.
5 a.m. And it's coming towards winter, so you'd have like a couple hours of darkness.
My main question is, what are we trying to look for? I know what we're looking for, but what are the priorities? As in, if we go there, what are we specifically looking for? What are we specifically not doing? As in, like, do we not cast any spells? Do we not try to engage? Do we try to keep eyes off us? List of priorities about what we're looking for is very important.
I think don't engage, stay silent, find evidence of Kaiser being a little shit.
Well,
Right.
to be honest, I think
there's not going to be. I'm thinking. I'm sorry, Markos. Nute,
no, it's fine.
I don't think there is going to be a big envelope. Envelope with saying, "Kisa, thank you for helping me." You know what I mean?
There might be a big
I
one.
mean, if we're being honest, guys, people who are conspirating with that kind of thing probably aren't writing a bunch of shit down.
Yeah.
Like, we want to go to where they're operating, where they're going to have shit, where they're going to be keeping stuff, and it's not going to be obvious. It's going to be like tokens, fucking, I don't know, but it's not going to be a contract,
No,
you know?
exactly.
She's not a devil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like, you know, I think the factory we saw, we need to get in there, look at the desks, look at like the higher ups, whatever. What's his name? I'm looking at the Roll20 quickly. Wherever. We also need to look at wherever Brat is.
Brat.
Like where are his quarters?
Hunin.
Hunin.
He's Hunin, like the raven.
Hugnin.
Hugnin.
Hugnin Barutu.
David, you had your hand up for a second.
Yes, I think this might be a long shot, but
Oh, perfect for us then.
I'm good at those. Yes, no, I realize the pun now. Very good. Considering that not the other night we saw a shimmer ship that was filled with zombified, wormy civilians, it might be an idea to see if we can find perhaps if they are holding any of these zombies or staging them for the launch.
Yes.
It's not unlikely that that shimmer ship came from this facility, at least at some point. I would recommend, my hunch is that we check there. We check the shimmer ship staging areas, the storage, and we maybe even cells, if there are cells nearby.
Best way to do it is as soon as we arrive to Takahashi, like inside Takahashi, I don't know how far we are from the position we arrive teleport.
We are across the river. It's
like
a few minutes.
A few minutes, okay. Is Markos
at least
the thing you can like do like the radar in the area to know what's in there? We're close to yeah, we're close to a big city. Anything that isn't humanoid will kind of be weird. So at least we know which
Ashura and Nute is gonna point towards Maple.
Yeah, but oh shit.
Yeah.
Damn it. Because it doesn't tell you the numbers, it just tells you...
It doesn't tell me the number or the location,
yeah,
it's just like, are they within...
There's an
undead
within 6 miles of you.
I love it because it's such like a... It gives you that information, but then you're like, cool, where in that 6 miles?
It's so
like,
esoteric.
Good luck, fucker!
The problem is we have 2 undeads with us, so... There's always gonna be undeads. We never know, like, if there are undeads around us. We'll just be like, if they're within 60 feet, I can do it.
Wait, so you
also
remember...
doesn't work for fiends, right?
No, wait, remember, I put Lily in the bag of holding. We put Maple in the bag of holding, and then we do it. Maple doesn't need to breathe anymore.
Okay. Other question. If you transform Maple...
If I polymorph Maple...
What if you put Maple in the bag, you throw the bag, you shoot the bag, bang, Maple. Wah!
I like that idea.
All of our items.
Yeah.
Yenti it first.
Yes, see,
that's what we have to do. So
or just like, you hide me in the bag, and then when you want to attack someone, just open the bag and I jump out.
It's not like pocket sand, it's pocket barbarian.
No, I love the
we
idea
have
of, like...
papers right here.
Yeah. Volm is like, the Volm guards are like, sir, please stop. And I'm like, oh, you don't want to mess with us. Careful. Like, just go, Maple, go, just fuck them. And you just see just a small barbarian coming out. Yeah, pockets up. Go, Maple! And you throw the bag.
I choose you!
I choose you. Andrew, rule-wise, if you polymorph someone, do they become beast? No, they're still...
Yeah, no, if she's polymorphed, she's a beast.
Yeah, but your racial traits stays, right?
No, they don't.
Not in polymorph, not in polymorph.
Yeah,
not for polymorph, yeah.
I mean, it would be spending a 4th level spell slot just for
to
like
know
Markos to know if
Maple
there
would
are.
probably fit in the bag. It's fine.
Andrew, let's try it now, okay? Let's try it
Or
now.
Maple can run real quick. She'll just run 5 miles away.
6.
Okay, okay.
5.1.
Anyway, so
6.
otherwise,
It's a 6-mile radius.
Oh yeah, 6. Okay.
Maple could probably fit in the bag. She is a tiny little gnome.
Cool.
I can
Yeah.
That's good to know. So
I'm 3 for 4.
the factory, trying to get as much information from the factory as we can, trying to find Braut headquarters. Braut, Breed.
Braut?
Braut.
Probably not breed.
Braut.
It's like I brought my rifle with me, you know? Brought.
So his name is Hugnin Brautu. No.
Where's the
No.
school coming over the end of that?
I'm just going full like anime
And you
wise.
guys
anime.
called me a
Hugununu.
fool for doing an
Burarutu.
Italian.
Bragutu. Hugununu Bragutu.
His name is Hunin Brout.
Anywho.
So factory and whatever we can find inside, headquarters of Hugnin Braut. What's the third options?
Airfield.
Airfield.
Yeah, airfield.
Um,
Hugnin.
anyways, real quick, I think before we go, we should probably all take a rest. I'm not sure if we should be going. I feel like it's better to take an extra day rather than try and rush it now.
No, I
We
agree.
all need our resources, and we want as much time there as we can.
I agree.
Yes, and Hemlock, do you know if you can make? How fast can you make potions?
It depends on the potion. I mean, I've got the 2 now that Scylla and Marigold have just finished up. I could potentially maybe make a 3rd. I don't know. It would depend.
Okay, so if you have tomorrow, you could make another potions.
Yes, if we have all of tomorrow and we're going tomorrow night, then I can maybe a couple perhaps. But
Okay.
it depends. It depends on, how steady my hands are, how good my dice rolls are.
You've also used most of that.
I've used a lot of my ingredients. Yeah, I have more Mind Flayer.
My lord.
The way you
Mind
said
Flayer
you used
could be
most of
different
that.
things.
Fucking hell.
Whatever reason, the way you just said you've used most of that mind flayer made me think of a not parmesan,
Yeah.
mozzarella ball, in a jar, and you've just grated off or torn off
My
most of it.
Lord.
There's just half a mozzarella ball now left in the jar.
Yeah.
You've used up a bunch of the tentacly bits and
Yeah.
brain bits of the current one. So,
yeah, I've got some embalmed organs still from Cephalophode, and I have a second head that I got from Zoralark. Not Zoralark, the other one, who was the Orc Mind Flayer. I
Yeah,
have
that
a
one was a
second
little-
head.
that one was a little bit ripe.
It was a bit ripe.
Yeah, keep a
Yeah.
a note of what you've got, what you don't.
Yes, I will do.
Put them all. I know I'm repeating myself.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Put
They're
them
all in my
the-
other possessions. I will copy
Yeah.
them over at the end of the game.
Yeah, like that. I can do the same, and you just have everyone's.
And then you
stuff.
can cross-reference if you want
Yeah,
to do stuff
exactly.
together.
Yeah.
So,
I've got soap.
as far as this day, you've returned from this reconnaissance. You've found a tree that you can teleport to. Is there anything that you guys want to do, or are you content to take a long rest, chill, and then get on with this next day of preparations before you head out? Ashura and Markos.
David, do you want to go? Because mine is a bit long.
Mine was just going to be checking in with Jed, so I don't know if you want to do that first.
No, you go. You go first.
Cool. I'll ping Jed on the stone and be like, Jed, we've returned to Yalen Hall. Activity seems normal from a distance. Hard to tell. We will set off tomorrow at dusk. I hope you're doing well.
Hope you're doing.
Hope you're doing. Hope you're doing.
I think. Perfect. There's a brief pause. That was quick. Good. Glad you got back all right. Keep in touch. Travel safe. And that ends.
I feel like Jed is so effortlessly succinct.
I like the idea that somehow he communicated that nod that Jed has to the Sending Stone, and none of us understand how. He just knows how to use the stone really well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just Jed's little.
So,
Sorry, Ashura.
Ashura will go to his room, lay down on his bed, tired of his day of work. Get up, sit down on the floor, take his sword, unsheath it, and say, "Hey, Kithala."
Evening, handsome.
Hello. Going back to our previous discussion, you were talking about commitment, other commitment to kind of kill people that kind of not be killed, but like you can kill them like definitely. Is that what we were talking about? I think.
Zariel can provide many gifts. You're wielding one of them.
Do not
How
ask
many
me. Not first language. I speak Hokuri first.
You're wielding one of them.
Right.
If there's more you wish to offer, there is more that she can give. You know I'm hungry.
Yeah.
Souls have a hard time reforming if I consume them straight away.
Hard time, you mean like, is that a euphemism?
No, it just doesn't happen.
Right.
Like a Yugala that you cut down, their soul will not reform somewhere else. It's mine.
Yeah,
Cut down a Death Knight, mine.
I have a question. What do the tattoo means?
Mine.
Until? I mean,
Until you've taken enough that you can give what I want in return.
and the next commitment would be what? My leg full of tattoos too?
To spell things out for you. Those chains will wrap around you until at some point you and I trade places.
Right.
If you want to commit more, then you don't have to end up inside the blade in your hands. You get to fight alongside it. But you won't be the same. Be stronger. Taller.
Taller would be nice. like I see myself maybe 6'2", 6'3", because like right now I'm 5'11", but I feel like 6'2", 6'3".
There's your
me.
ambition, Ashura.
Yes, I am. I am.
I'm not saying that you'd be anywhere close to my equal.
But because what? How tall are you? Like 7'1"? Because that's very tall.
When you had that vision and made the deal with this Erinies that lives inside your blade, she was about 9 feet tall in like scanty black plate armor.
Yeah.
She's Lady Dimitrescu wearing some fucking like World of Warcraft armor.
Yeah.
Kinda. That's kind of the vibe.
That's kind of the vibe. All right. Oh yeah. Okay.
But maybe one day you could be.
Could be. Damn. So the plan is, just so I get that straight, is if I make the next commitment, I get to fight alongside you later on when I die? Well, basically you get my soul. And I get
I don't get it.
Who gets it? Zariel?
Yeah. But you get to keep it. See, where you are right now is a middle ground. Right now you are making a transaction. With each time you wield Zariel's gift, you earn it. You earn a place in my hands. As I have done my duty to bring you.
You have.
But if you are willing to offer yourself, you will not be some coin to be traded. Some morsel to be snacked upon. When your time comes, when I leave this blade finally, you will have a chance at a whole new eternity.
Yeah. I mean, you there would be nice. I'd finally see your face, because talking to cold steel isn't great, but other devils I'm not a fan of.
We can be selective in our company.
Yeah, I guess so. Tell me something. What do you feel about Zariel? It's not like you don't like them, right? Like, it's not, you kind of, from what you told me, it didn't end up really nice. So do you want to go back to work for them?
I want to go back. I want to prove myself worthy of being given a second chance. And then I will keep working. Until one day, perhaps, I will supersede them all.
Fair enough. Well, give me some time to think about it. We'll be dealing with humanoids for now.
Will you?
I think so. I've just...
confidence from a boy with no idea where he's going.
Yeah, well, you know me. Confidence above anything else. We'll talk
Until
about
it all crumbles and you need to come running for help. I'll be here.
You know me. Okay. And I sheath it back. I put the sword on the bed. I walk out of the room. And I go to Markos' room.
Hello? Who is it?
It's Ashura.
Come in.
Thank you. Hi.
Sorry, don't mind. So, there's a few, like, little rifle casings on the floor. Sorry,
Oh,
I've been repacking ammunition, just...
I really go to your room, but wow, I love the
The
simplicity.
wooden bed?
No, yeah, the simplicity of it all. Very simple. I like it.
Just like my place at home. All handmade.
All handmade. Why? Anyway, that's not why I came here. Very nice though. Do you remember the conversation we had with Jed about devils, demons coming back to life, Iseko coming back to life?
Right, yes.
Yeah.
Because they're, what word did he use? Extra planar.
Yes, right? Like, they don't live in the same plane, so like their soul go back and they were like, oh yeah, cool, and then they come back, right? That's a pain in the ass, right? Because that means if we have to kill them for once, we have to kill them on their own turf, which specifically I don't want to go to the abyss to kick someone's ass, nor do I want to go to the hells to kick a devil in the ass. Kisara proposed to me the next step in our agreement, and also kind of learn more about what I had agreed already to. So you asked me about the tattoos, right? A few days ago. So the tattoos are nice. The tattoos are nice because basically the tattoos do kind of when they do the rest of the body. I exchange. I become the sword. Kithala becomes me. Does that make sense? So not great, because that mean like, hey, Kithala that side, wow, me in a sword, less, wow, you know. So that's bad. Already.
That is not the best. Agreed.
No. First of all, I do not want to be in a sword, so that's like, and like Kithala outside, I'm like, but like if I'm in a sword, I'm like, yeah, you know. So that's bad. The next step she's proposing is she gets to eat all the souls of the people we kill, or I kill. So like Iseko just munches on the soul, he can't come back. The guy we killed 2 nights ago, same. Kisa, I'm guessing?
The Oinoloth, to be honest, the Oinoloth, if your sword could take that thing out forever?
That would be insane. Kisa, as a lich, I'm pretty sure she has like 54 different cases in case her body dies. Her soul will just fly everywhere.
Does a lich even have a soul? I don't know. Probably, right?
No idea. You know what? Tomorrow I have nothing to do. I will check anything I know about liches or how to become a lich. I feel the local library doesn't have anything like about.
Probably for the best not to look that kind of thing up.
Yeah, that's also true.
It's almost definitely in the restricted section.
You know the one with like the small like steel fence where kids can't go, but I can just like walk around it. Right, so that's
a little red circle with 1 and 8 written in it.
Yeah, that's the one. So she gets to do that. So she gets to eat all the souls, and in exchange, I don't go into the fucking sword, which is a great point. But I get to keep my soul. But I have to fight for Zariel. It's fine. It's cool. It's just like I hate devils. But maybe killing the lich.
This does not really sound like a fair deal.
No.
You give her the souls.
Yes.
And she keeps yours.
Yes.
Essentially.
Yeah.
Or her general Zariel, whatever, keeps it.
To be fair, from like right now, it's like better for me. Because like otherwise right now I go into the sword, which isn't great. Next step.
You're going into the sword like now? Like if you do nothing more, you will go into the sword.
Right, that's a good question, Andrew. If I do nothing now, am I still going into the sword?
Talking about it, it seemed if you keep using that gift, if you keep using that ability that the sword gives you to, like, use the chains, each time you use it, that spreads. If that spreads too much, you don't know how.
What if I unattune from it? Do the tattoos leave?
You can try.
No. I'm pretty sure they don't.
I'm thinking at this point you might not be able to unattune from it, dude.
Yeah. You mean what? It's a cursed item? What?
No, just unattune and then reattune, and it resets the timer.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought. Right? No.
It's meant to not let you, but if you do it fast enough, it like skips that step of the programming and it gets over it.
It's like pressing the button in Among Us to like reset kill cooldowns.
Exactly.
So apparently it's the chain thing I do, which is the boon of that.
I'm very aware.
The more I do it, the more the chains get bigger, and until my body is filled with them, I become a sword, and she becomes me. So what do we do? Because obviously I have no fucking idea what I'm doing. So
I'm not exactly the person to ask when it comes to metaphysical things like souls or devils or
you say that
contracts between yourself and the leader of one of the 9 hells of Bator. Like that is not my area of expertise, man.
But to be fair, Markos, out of everyone in the Soulguard, you are the most down to earth. So your opinion means a lot. It comes from, a place of humanity. It's not.
Well, as the only actual human, that makes a little sense, right?
Right. I meant like, I don't know what in the fantasy world you mean like by humanity, but like intelligence. But yes.
Translated. This show's translated from common to English.
Exactly.
It's not a perfect translation. Sorry, nitwits.
Yeah. Because in one hand, if we kill Kisa and her soul leaves, or we kill the lieutenants and their soul leaves and come back, it's like we're not really fighting them, right? Like we're gaining some time, but we're not doing anything.
Well, what is time when, she has lived for 100 years?
Exactly, and we are not, specifically me, will not live that long, not because I will die of old age, but someone will definitely like stab me in the back or something.
We cannot rely on there being generation after generation of us.
Alright. I'll go sleep. But at least I
Wait.
told you if you have any idea.
It's your decision, man. I understand that we put our very lives down on the line every single time we go outside to fight. This is something deeper, and I don't know if I can really advise you. It's your sacrifice to make if you want to do it. I just don't think it's a very wise one.
Maple got to be in front of that choice too, so like kind of. Hemlock is in front of the kind of the same choice too, of like fighting for devils. We have way too many devils in our lives. You know that? Like already Hokuri's like entire culture based around the fight against devils, but like Soulguard, way too many devils. Way too many.
I would prefer a situation with less
Yes.
evil monsters, yes.
Yeah. More like evil men. I feel like evil men are way easier than like evil monsters. I'll ask Hemlock and Maple tomorrow, I guess.
Just don't do anything rash, okay? Don't agree to something without
Thinking about it?
really thinking it through.
Well, you know me. I'll definitely do something along those lines. So I'll try not to, though. I'll do my best. Thank you.
Take care.
Yeah. See you tomorrow. And I go to sleep. Great.
There's nothing else anyone would like to do in this day. You all... Hemlock.
Just very briefly, I want to put in a couple more hours to the Tome of Clear Thoughts. Maybe
Got
2,
it.
3.
Mark off them hours.
Will do.
You'll wake a little bit later than the rest, but eventually you all do so. You can mark off your long rests.
Hey.
And the evening passes as you bed down by yourselves alongside Marigold. Not necessarily sleep, but at least rest and prepare for a journey into hostile territory. With the next day of preparations as it comes, we'll try and get through this relatively quickly if that's perfectly good with you guys.
Mhm.
What are your objectives for preparation?
I want to do some more potion making with what I have left. I have taken a few things off my list that I think are spent
Okay.
from previous potion makings, but yes, more kind of along the same lines of like detect thoughts specifically, potentially more potions of invisibility, anything that I think I can make reliably, basically.
Go ahead and make a check with your wisdom and your proficiency and advantage as Marigold and Scylla are there to help. Scylla is not much help. He is definitely more watching.
That's fine.
Okay, I'll try and do this, but like you're
Yeah.
like the vegetarian guy going into your hag lab for the first time is.
I will make sure to thank him profusely, and I will also apologize for the baptism by fire. I should have prepared him a little bit more. Now I realize.
Baptism by viscera.
By viscera.
Yeah.
That is a dirty 20.
30-20. You manage to, as you are pushing through, trying to delve into the kind of the reliable ones that you have made before. You manage to churn out one final potion of Detect Thoughts.
Nice.
But that gets you through most of the day and pretty much the dregs of Mind Flayer head bits.
Yep. As far as ingredients left, I've completely taken off Geverar's head, and I think I still have some bits of Celophode, and I have the Mind Flayer orc bits.
Yeah.
And I think that's gone.
You're definitely aware that like different parts will get you different things.
Yeah.
For a lot of these, like invisibility's a stretch, but like the psionic stuff, a lot of it is in the brain.
Yeah.
If you were to look elsewhere, you might be able to create other things. With the help of Marigold, you can probably try for one more if you want
Yeah.
to get a bit weird and funky with different ingredients.
Yeah, I'll get a bit funky. I've got like as far as funky as shit goes, I've got like some core-spawn worm stuff that I gathered, and the Bulgura Garistro hearts and vials of their blood as some funkier stuff that I'd like to have a bit of a play about with.
Do you have any objective for that, or are you just kind of
just having a go? Having
Okay.
a go, yeah.
In that case, go ahead and make me another check with your wisdom and proficiency.
Hemlock just took a blender, put everything in, turned it on,
Let's see
and
what
was like,
happens.
Oh, why not?
That was a 25.
25. All right. Let's have a little look.
Let's come out with like demon jambalaya.
Yeah.
Doesn't have any beneficial effects, but the spice on it.
Love it, Emerald.
Delicious.
I do still have the hag heart as well, but I'm saving that. I'm specifically not want to use the hag heart.
Okay. Let's have a little look. With... Okay, I think that's... Yeah, okay. I'll need to make this as an item, but I think this is cool.
Okay.
You manage to put together, as you're figuring your way through the demon's blood and the hearts and the bits and bobs and the core-spawn worm parts, you begin kind of fiddling your way through their properties. Lots of analytical little tests and litmus tests and bits like that to figure out how they react to different things. And you're kind of convinced for like a good hour or so that this kind of stuff could come together to transfer maybe some kind of like damage resistance. There are elements of fire and poison resistance in the demon bits. For a brief moment, there is something about the Garistro parts that seems to have some kind of pathfinding divination. But as you're fiddling your way through, with Marigold's help, combining some of the herbs that you've grown and the various parts together, you end up with a very potent poison.
Oh.
You're not sure... I mean, I'll let you choose whether it is delivered via bloodstream or via consumption.
I don't know.
From your herbalist knowledge, you might guess that something that you can get someone to consume might either have a slightly different effect or be, like they will do different things. Injury might be just damage. Ingestion might be sickness and something else. You're not entirely sure of the full extent of the effects.
Yeah, let's go. I'm an apothecary. Let's go for ingestion. Like.
Okay. I'm gonna make a little note for myself to make that, because that's going to be a thing. We'll say you've made it, it's bottled, it needs some time to mature.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotta wait for the sediment to settle out,
Yeah. It needs to form a crust so you can break it off.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's demon blood, the sediment goes upwards, right? It's crazy different stuff. Yeah.
Cool. So that is potion brewing from Hemlock. Who's up next for preparations for the day? Ashura.
Yes. If I may, I'd love to go and check on Maple.
Sure. I'm probably hanging out somewhere, I don't know.
Just sunbathing outside of there.
Lying on the grass.
Yeah. I'm so
sunbathing.
Yeah.
It's the only warmth she'll get on her skin.
Yeah, exactly. She's like a lizard.
Can I even feel warmth?
Yeah.
I'm dead. Like what?
Probably.
Yeah, but you feel pain, right?
I don't know.
I was gonna say, Mabel, if you want, that Nute would offer to like spar with you a bit.
Yeah, sure.
So keep us both
Why not?
on it, ready for the fight. And Nute's gonna use up some key points. Use up some key points in that fight to charge up the crackle and sash, and then have a short rest before we head out.
Nice. As you both are like exchanging punches, Ashura will come.
Maple wouldn't use daggers if she was sparring with Nute.
Stab.
Pulls out the fucking hammer, like,
Have, some practice daggers or something.
That's true.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Ashura will come with like just like a very large pants, white pants, and like a extremely heavy and long purple robe and silk, open on the chest. He'll just sit down on the ground. Yeah, I love him. I love him so much. Careful, Nute, you're gonna get punched in the... Yep, yeah, I told you so. You were gonna get punched, right? Yeah, anyway.
I wasn't gonna get punched until you distracted me.
Yeah, well...
Just saying.
Just, a fight, you will get distracted. Look, I'll throw people at your face.
Catches it. Throws it back at you.
People.
You die.
He died.
Yeah, it just goes through your head like a bullet.
Yes.
One punch man status.
I feel like there's a monk out there somewhere, like some kid threw a rock at them and they like instinctually was like, ooh, whoosh. And the kid just died. Just like,
Oh no!
annihilated them.
Oh fuck! That was a commoner child. They have 2 hit points.
A monk could just kill a commoner with a deflect missiles.
Yeah.
Very easily.
Anyway.
Almost all of us could kill a commoner by just hitting them. Like what?
I couldn't. I couldn't.
Yeah,
That's why I
you would
said
heal them.
almost all of
You
us.
could. You just need to decay their spirit and body
Yeah.
with mushroom.
Yeah.
You could kill commoners by not liking them in a crowd.
Yeah.
Maybe I can.
Anyway.
I don't know. I don't think I can.
You probably can if you have the gauntlets.
Anywho.
Yeah. Anywho, so while you both are bouting, bouting, I don't know. Bouting? I don't know. You making bouts? I don't know. Sparring. Thank you. So Maple.
Yeah.
You were telling us about that time when you died and someone.
Sure.
I think Zariel asked you to join. The army?
I don't know that it was
Zariel.
actually Zariel, but it was a devil.
Right.
Yeah, I was like going along the river to the moon, as it were, and yeah, I like popped down into a little room for a sec, and she was like, "Hey, you will bring you back to life right now if you agree to fight for Zariel once you die again." Or like, well, no, it was more like once you complete the task of like getting rid of the lich or whatever, then we like claim your soul back and you fight in the armies of Zariel for the rest of time. And I was like,
But was it because you knew we were coming back for you, or like if, for example, we didn't exist, would you have made the same choice?
Yeah, cause like it's one of those things where, like, I don't know. For me, either you guys were gonna find a way to bring me back, which you did.
We did.
Or you wouldn't, and I would be able to like go to the Silver Sea and vibe. I
Indeed.
guess.
I don't know what you guys do on the moon, but
I don't really remember it all that much because being a soul is kind of a weird experience.
yeah, you
Yeah.
bet. Yeah.
Wait, just
But,
a real quick check.
You're there.
Ashura, am I there?
Yeah, you
Okay,
sparring. You sparring.
I wasn't sure if you like took Maple away somewhere or not.
No. You guys are sparring while we're talking.
Okay, cool.
You can interject. I like specifically was fine with it. Yeah, it's cool. Don't worry. Right. No. Okay. So you would have just not make the choice. Okay. And if you had the choice,
like I know it's like different for you guys because you don't do the whole Silver Sea thing.
Kind of like recycle.
You want to go back to like the soul pool or whatever.
And then go back
but, like,
and
yeah, just think about it. Like,
it's kind of like a
would you
recycling
rather-
machine. You know, you.
Yeah, like would you rather have your soul claimed by a devil and have to fight in her armies for eternity, or would you rather just like go and vibe in the soul pool and then get spit out and be a new person?
What do you think, Nute? Because right now I don't really have an answer. So, Nute,
I mean,
what's your opinion?
there was that whole time where I was forcibly
Yes.
made to fight and serve under what is now considered enemy sort of command.
But you weren't
But that
yourself
was-
either. I mean,
The big issue,
that's what
yeah, the big issues there with the whole stealing my soul without my consent part. Granted, I wouldn't have consented to it, so. I mean, I wouldn't take any deal like that.
Yeah,
personally.
I just feel like your soul deserves the rest, you know?
Right.
Well,
right.
I mean,
I
it's a personal taste thing, right?
I understand how magic works, and I don't really get
Same.
how soul stuff works either.
Same.
But it just didn't seem worth it. Like, I just felt like if you guys wanted me to come back that bad, then you would get me back. And if there wasn't a way of doing it, or you didn't want to, or whatever,
You were better
then
off.
that was kind of fine. And it meant that it was my time and I was dead. You know?
You know,
You guys look tired. Maybe take
I
that,
would love to.
take
Yeah,
that bottle
I
of
think
water
cool.
and hydrate.
Yeah, Ashura's come out with like a jug of ice water, like
Thanks, Ashura.
No.
Almost forgot about that.
Thanks, Tal. He's a new waiter in the house.
Yeah,
He's,
so.
he's Felix's new apprentice.
He just has bottle of waters around him.
Al, you're in the game, bro!
We did that with Matt from Verbal Components,
Oh
where
my
we put
God.
Matt in the game.
Oh, yes.
Now Tal is
We
in the
did.
game.
We need to think about like what your character looks like, Tal. Right. I'm asking all those questions because got to talk to Kithala, and for a matter of time, I'll just tell you what Kithala told me.
Yeah.
So you know, in the end, I would not be in a sword, but I would be fighting with her, and we would have maybe killed Kisa and the others. So you know, like,
Well, Ashura, I think you can probably guess my answer.
Kill
It's the
myself
same as
right
this-
now. Yeah, I'll do that.
No,
No,
don't do that.
no. Well, I mean, it would not like in the worst case.
It doesn't
I would go back.
look. It doesn't count if you join the club by doing it yourself. You need to fight. You need to fall in fights.
That's fair. No, because
Anyways.
right now, if I use the sword too much, I become a sword. If I go to the next step, I become a devil fighter with Kithala.
So, I mean, my position on this is fairly clear. Just don't use the sword. I mean, bear in mind, at least in my case, that's the fucker who attacked my hometown.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly too buddy-buddy with Kithala,
No,
and I don't want to be.
no, that makes
But then,
sense.
those are my experiences. I will not put the difficulties that I've gone through onto you.
What about you, Maple? What's your take on this?
I mean, I get why you don't want to be the sword.
Right?
Don't get me wrong.
I mean, I'm sure it'd be like a badass sword, but like sword, right? Like,
Yeah, like, I mean, Cathala doesn't like being trapped in a sword for a reason, right? It's probably not a lot of fun.
yeah.
Why
swords are
when
really thin. It's got to be cramped.
Sometimes
Yeah.
when I do Maple's voice, I feel like I sound like someone who smokes 40 a day, and I don't mean for that to happen.
Maggie, you definitely do. You definitely do. You sound like all my French friends. Yeah, French people.
Tea.
Maple is French confirmed?
No?
Oui,
Le
oui.
Maple.
Je m'appelle.
Anyway, yeah, like I get it, but also I don't know. Is it because I know you're not super into devils either, right?
Nah, kind of like my
Meaning-
arc enemy in my life. Kithala is like,
So I feel
useful.
like you are weighing up here whether it's worth like abandoning a core belief that you have for the power. And don't get me wrong, I understand why you do it, Because you want to be able to have the power to protect people, right? That's why we all do this.
Right? Like it's not like I'd gladly spend eternity around devils if it means that you guys and the rest of the people get to not have a shitty life or just die, you know? Like I'd hang out with devils. Like I'm sure some of them have some fashion sense. Like, you know, we'll have something to talk about at least, but...
Listen, Ashura.
I mean, the Aranias I talk to is pretty hot. But that's just me.
I mean, they're devils, of course they're going to be hot.
Yeah.
They're so fiery and bleh.
Yeah.
I spray cold water on Nute. With the bottle.
I needed that. I needed that cool down. There's a
Stop
dramatic hair flip with the wet. Just whoosh.
A gust of wind reminds you that it's winter.
Oh.
Actually, Andrew, it's still autumn, okay? Don't...
It's winter.
Okay.
It's late
But look,
autumn.
Ashura, from what I can tell, you have two real options here. Because either you stop using the sword entirely, or if you do feel like you're going to keep using it, you're probably better off making that deal. Because otherwise, you're getting your soul trapped in that sword. You've already made, like, at least part of a deal with the devil.
Yeah. Didn't know I was going to
At
end
this
up in a
point, the
sword.
whole, like, it's a case of half measures.
In for a copper, in for a gold, am I right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Hey. Just putting it out there. If I happen to go down a debt again, you can just leave me.
Do
Like-
not say...
Yeah,
I mean,
you're done being resurrected.
Look, I've already died twice.
is there a
okay?
limit?
I don't know, and I don't want to find out.
Do you,
I don't
do
know.
you have your soul necklace with you? No, you don't. Like...
Yeah, dude, it's right here.
Are you,
Show the soul necklace. Right
Okay.
next to his own getting necklace.
okay, cool. Then... Okay, that's fair, I guess.
I make sure I wear both of them so I have the choice where I go.
I mean...
If the soul pool won't accept you, at least don't get it will.
Nah, you know, fair enough.
I mean, I'm not planning on actually dying anytime
Well, I
soon,
hope not.
so don't worry
No,
about
I
it.
don't want to do that again. That hurt.
Yeah.
It does hurt, right? I mean, sorry, sure, you wouldn't understand this,
Being-
but like, it hurts,
like-
right?
Being disintegrated is wild.
Okay, I don't know so much about that one, but
Yeah, I'm not sure how it feels.
I got decayed, which is kind of similar.
I got my own life energy was used as a beam of energy to kill people.
I remember that one.
Yeah.
Oof, that
Didn't
was
feel
rough.
great. Didn't feel great. I had.
I mean,
some-
I've also been shot by Markos a few times.
Oh yeah, that hurts like hell. Like I'm sure that hurts like hell. Like, have you seen the size of the bullet he uses?
You know what? I remember actually getting hit by Hope at one point, and I didn't think it would hurt too much because Hope didn't look like the kind to use a sword. But fuck me, did that hurt?
Weirdly enough, when Paris Hilton stabbed me, it still hurt.
When Paris Hilton stabbed
Droopy
me
is
with
in the
this
chat,
magic
by the
sword
way.
that
To be
she
fair as well.
cast green fire onto.
When Paris Hilton stabbed me with a nat 20 as well.
Yeah.
Fuck you. Did it hurt you, little shit? Says Proopy. Excuse me, Andrew. I'm in the chat.
I'm not gonna
DK.
lie. Like when it hurt, like when Paris Hilton stabbed me, it still hurt. Kind of sounds like a Fallout Boy song.
Yes.
I need to write that now.
Yeah. I want to make like those quote pictures with like and just have that when Paris Hilton stabbed me, it still hurt.
I will make one.
Yeah.
I'll make one. I'll do it.
All right. On that note, you guys, I'll leave you spatting or whatever you're doing. By the way, it seems you're pulsing a bit, Nute. I don't know what you're doing. It's just pulsing like I don't know why. Your magic item. Your magic- it's just pulsing. Yeah. All right, I'll go ask Hemlock what she thinks about the whole deal.
Yeah, I mean, why don't we just call Hemlock out here?
That's good. But Hemlock, No, she's in the
That would
workshop.
have been a good idea to do.
Hemlock, my dear.
A muted sweet
Hemlock
Rowan.
muted.
I like stick my head. I like stick my head out of the window. I like stick my head out the door and like, yeah. And you see like fingertip to elbow, I'm covered in blood.
Do you wanna take like 5 just to kind of like wash your hands and
That'll be fine. You don't
cup
need
of
to
tea and stuff? 'Cause-
I can give me just a moment, and then there's like somewhere in the background like the sound of a whistling kettle, and I'll sort out my shit and I'll head on over to you guys.
What's Alex going?
I just love how like a dark, twisted version this is of like a traditional like suburban domestic lifestyle. You know, like husband's out in the garden doing whatever, calls to his wife. She leans out the window covered in blood and viscera from aliens that she's dissecting.
I love that Maple is the husband.
My husbands right now are Maple, Nute, and Ashura.
yes.
Yeah.
Oh no, when I said husband, it was an apostrophe S for husband is, but you can totally pluralize it.
Ashura. As you see Hemlock kind of dart back in, as she closes the door, as the door kind of like leans wide up, exposes the back of the door, for the briefest second, as you like glance back towards Maple and Nute, you catch a glimpse out of the corner of your eye, as you're turning away,
So scary.
of a 9 foot or so tall, pale-skinned
Oh shit.
female form with black.
She's
plate
on my
armor,
bed. She's on my bed.
She don't.
massive curling horns.
She's haunting you.
Red wings like curled up behind, and in her hand she is holding a very familiar sword. It's yellow crystalline hilt, and it's red stone blade. And she just like tosses it, flips it, catches it. Toss it, catch.
And if I look at her,
Toss it. The blade for a fraction of a second is deep azure blue. Catches it. And as your eyes lock on her, she's not there.
What?
OOC, you guys. Think about the fucking duo walking in hell. Kithala and Ashura just banging, just doing like, not banging like,
Excuse me?
not banging, banging like, it's like the vibe, the vibe, not,
What?
nope,
There's limit to unwind after a long day of slaying demons, right?
no, yeah, but definitely not his style. He's more looking for, without masculine features.
Definitely not an Aaron,
No, but you know,
I
think
will-
of the
In double
duo.
blow.
The duo would be fucking great.
A
Anyway.
pitch fiend.
I will head on out to you guys, and having washed my hands as best I can. They're still they're still stained a bit.
You have the blood like under the nails.
Yeah, it's like, you know what it is? It's like you can see from like the fingertip and it fades, like
Yeah,
super cool looking. It's
that's
like
really
red,
cool.
and yeah.
That's cool.
Can I help you?
Yeah, sit down with us. I'm watching Nute
Oh.
getting his ass beat. I actually don't know. I haven't counted the score. Is there a score? What sport is this?
I've been winning this easily.
What sport is this?
So Hemlock, I needed your he looks back as he says that to the direction where he saw the figure.
As you glance, there's about 8 foot tall, like dark purple skinned figure, masculine, muscular.
She's shape
Deep
changed.
midnight purple wings behind, a head of like beautiful like glossy black horns peel up and around.
What is going on?
A cascade of white hair.
It's you.
You were all fucking making fun of me when I was Kaelin seeing people. How the fuck do you think it feels?
Shit!
Fucking you
their-
now.
Cast confused on me, Hemlock.
They have a beautiful like set of like, silk like purple and silver robe, and in their hand is a red bladed sword, and they just toss it up and
So
catch.
so on a hot scale of 1 to 10,
How hot do you think you are?
11.
So about
I knew you were gonna say that.
about 13 then.
13? I get harder? Oh fuck! This makes the deal way harder. Of
Yes, you do.
course I do. Okay.
But
So-
as you glance back, they
yeah.
I'm sure it's like, oh no, my weakness, looking better.
Right. So I about the deal you got from Malice.
Yes, yeah, I gave that a read over.
What do you think about it?
It's very dramatic. I don't know whoever put it together, but they've definitely got some skill in poetry. But yes, it's honestly not as awful as I thought it was going to be.
So
It's a deal for a deal, and you don't lose anything. Once you're signed on, and you can't break it. But it's not like you're signing your life away.
So you get a favor for like what?
It's
like
a favor.
a mission?
It's a favor for a favor. You go on a mission down. You follow Captain Malice's commands to the T. And if you live through it, if you succeed in it, then you have that call back for whenever you need it, if you need it.
And working for devils, how do you feel about that? Because that's not great.
I mean,
Is it?
I worked for a devil for the first 20 years of my life. It was, I mean, but first 20 years of my life compared to the last few months have been very different. So, it would be a difficult one to consider, morally speaking.
Mhm.
But at least on that basis of a contract, once it's done, it's done. So, and it's a powerful, powerful thing to have behind you.
I mean, a favor from the hells, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm asking that because I was talking to Maple and Nute about it, and I tell you about the sword because
Yeah.
I'm not gonna repeat it every time. So yeah, so either I stay with the deal that I have now, and I guess I will become a sword at one point or just stop using the sword, or I make another deal and I kind of fight with Kithala in the hells.
Mm-hmm.
But
I
I
see.
get to remain myself, I guess.
Wow. Okay.
Yes, that word. Wow.
Well, I do agree with Nute. That person, that woman in the sword, has committed atrocities against thousands of people.
Yep.
I mean, to be fair, so is Malice.
So has Malice.
So has Malice.
So has Lady Kai.
Oh yeah.
So have a lot of people.
Yeah, Lady Kai is on the list, by the way. We need to do something
Yeah.
about that at one point.
Here's the thing. You siding with Lady Kai, well, not siding, but making a deal with Lady Kai was out of necessity. She didn't give you all of the information, and she provided you a home when you needed it, and when you realized what she'd done, you stepped away. Malice did similar for me. He ensured that verbal taunts from pirates remained that way, and any deal that we make with that contract is temporary, at least with this contract, and I stepped away from that island for a reason. If you make this deal not out of ignorance or necessity, but out of choice, that's something very different to anything we've done before. That's a choice that you're not going to have only to have to live with, but you will have to die with and carry on past that death.
True.
And I'm not the most versed in souls. I'm not Hope. I'm not Slate. I'm very much here and now. But I understand why the choice is there, and I understand why it's a good one and a useful one to have. But is it worth it when it comes to the end of this all? And no one can make that choice but you.
That's fair. See it my way. In Hokuri culture, souls are meant to be reshaped. You live your life, your soul takes a shape that is molded by your experiences, and the moment you die, it goes back to the soul pool and takes back not a blank, but the space for another life. The recycling of souls like this, the reshaping, to me, seems off. What seems off is, working alongside devils. That seems off. Because I spent 100 years fighting those bastards. So yeah, it would be weird to be on the other side.
I mean, sure, if that's your issue, you've already crossed that bridge. You have made a deal with your devil sword.
Yeah.
You are fighting alongside a devil, whether you like to admit it or not.
Well, it's a bit more complicated than that, isn't it?
It's taking that next step of wielding the power of a devil within a sword to actively walking in hell and walking in fire step by step with someone who was previously your enemy.
Because the deal with Malice would be the same thing, is using the devil's power for your own purposes. The same thing is happening with the sword.
It's just whether or not it's a permanent one or not.
The next step would be to use it, and at one point they use you for eternity.
Yes.
Great.
Well,
but on the other hand, it would make sure that if I get to have a clean hit on Kisa, she doesn't get to come back.
That's assuming Kisa has a soul.
That's a very good question. Why has no one talked about the fact that liches might not have souls? I mean we should have talked about it. I should have read books on it.
I'm not the most well-read.
I have no idea.
I am. Do I know about lich souls? I'm very well read.
Does anyone here know about lich souls?
Please, I need the answer. I need the answer.
Because if you do all that and it turns out liches don't actually have a soul,
exactly,
it would be really awkward. You're like, I've done it.
It's a good roll. It's a good roll. I just need to pull up my skills.
The answer will define Ashura's future, guys.
24.
24.
Great. I spilled half a bottle of water on my legs.
You do not know whether or not a lich's physical form carries its soul. However, your various experiences with undead, both of your own creation and otherwise, essentially there is a line to be drawn as far as intelligence and sentience. Pretty much every form of sentient or intelligent undead has a soul. You are vaguely aware that liches have some thing which allows them to persist beyond their body's destruction, called the phylactery. You do not know what it is or how it functions, but at a base level, you are sure that a lich has a soul. How easy it is to destroy, if it walks alongside their body or not, you do not know.
Okay. I will relay that. Look, Ashura, at the end of the day, the only one who can make that choice is you, no matter the advice that we give. And I've spoken to that sword, and I know how persuasive she can be. And I may be in more of a similar position to you than I initially thought I was, just on the other side of the table, but if I was granted a choice, I wouldn't take it.
Good to hear. You know what? I think I'll postpone the decision anyway. Until we look at Volm, until we get to, I don't know, in front of Iseko again or something.
Yeah, that's something I have been meaning to say to you guys, by the way. I just couldn't find the right time, but seeing as we're talking, apparently maybe a demon lord saved my life when I was a baby, and that's how all of this happened. I don't know.
Right. Hey, Nute, your girlfriend has been saved by a demon lord. So like working devils, no.
Baby.
There's a difference between knowing what's happening and not. I mean, at this point, with
Baby
everything
is
that's going
conscient.
on,
How dare you say that, Nute? A
But
baby
he-
is conscient.
I mean, by that case, you had a genocidal dragon helping you out. Like,
Yep,
how far back do you want to go
Yeah,
with this,
yeah,
buddy?
no, let's not. Let's not. I was just.
I've got about 3 thoughts I can keep up here at once, and I'm struggling already.
Yeah, no, that sounds complicated enough. So Demon Lord, Demon Prince, and that's why you become a mushroom. Fair.
Maybe. My dad couldn't quite remember, and I'm assuming that was deliberate. So,
That he just didn't want to tell you.
no, that something didn't want him to tell me. Maybe Zugat Moy, this mushroom lady that I saw in the Gordark.
I
I
mean-
don't know.
If it's about memory, I have a spell that can erase and change memories. I kind of know how to retrieve memories when
Yeah.
it comes to it.
Maybe. Not for now.
Okay.
But yes, like I said, this is your decision. And you're a grown man and you have the facets to make it, but I would be cautious at the least. Because this is something you're not going to be able to take back. And this is something that you're going to keep with you forever. And I don't just mean all your life, I mean forever.
Yes. I'll put a pin in this. Let's deal with what we have in front of us for now.
Sounds good.
Nothing
Oh, I
else?
have this weird poison, by the way.
What?
Oh.
What?
Oh, neat.
How many things do you have in your pockets? Also, how many secrets? Demon Prince?
I-
Poison in your pockets?
To be fair, I just forgot about the Demon Prince and the
What's
poison is very new. I don't quite know what it does yet.
Where did you find the poison?
Oh, I made it.
Ah. Like illicit shit?
No. Vulgar as shit.
Makes sense.
I mean, come on, sure. Why else would you think Hemlock's arm was just drenched in blood?
I don't know. Just
Yeah,
To be fair, there are many
that wasn't.
reasons.
Yeah, I
There's
look
a lot of reasons.
I look Maple dead in the eye, and I'm just like, yeah, I've killed Marigold. I had to sacrifice her, and I can't do it in a straight face because Hemlock's a really bad, like even jokingly.
insight check.
Yeah, if you think I haven't taught her self-defense, you're a fool.
I'm good. I'm good.
Okay, just making sure.
I've not.
Just making sure Newt isn't that dumb.
Yeah, I
I've
rolled
not,
two.
I've not
I rolled
killed
two.
Marigold.
I had to roll
Nah, Marigold could pin you down in 2 seconds.
She could.
two. Pin you down.
I'm very weak. To be fair, Druid v Druid, how long would that last?
I mean, if they're both wild shape, it could be.
Shepherd versus Spore Druid is more what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Depending what
Weird.
spells you're packing.
Yeah.
We need to do an AU of that at some point. That would be funny.
Alrighty.
All right. That was all the discussion I.
We better get ready.
I think so. Do we
Sure.
go tonight or do we go tomorrow morning at the earliest?
Tonight
Tonight.
once it's dark, it gives us more time.
Fair enough.
Yes. I only really saw the place from the air, so the more time that we get on the ground with no one looking our way, the better. Let's go get Markos and let's get ready.
Sure.
As you guys gather your equipment, each other, your food, for what could be a long journey in very dangerous territory, with plans to travel to the Volman city of Takaster, to infiltrate and conduct reconnaissance in this city, the center of the arcane war machine of this enemy nation, and to uncover the extent of a necromantic conspiracy with the Lich Queen Kaiser. That's where we'll end that session.
Wait!
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Because you guys are going undercover.
Undercover, going in. I can finally use all my illusion spells and
back
controls.
on. Don't make me do it.
I'm gonna turn all of us into dogs, and we're gonna have the best time.
We can be a pack of stray dogs. Oh my
Hell
god.
yeah.
Yes. I can finally use dominant person. Geese.
I can't do it on everyone,
We're a
but one
pack of-
day.
Pack of stray dogs, but Ashura is like a darker greyish purple dog with
Yeah.
like one big red claw.
One day when I get access to fucking animal shapes, that's gonna be so much fun. I'm
Damn.
so excited.
Damn.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, everyone. Thank you. I hope you guys had a good time. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your evening and your week. For now, we have been Chasing Tales.
What's up?
Soup.
Meg, do you want to run down the stuff?
Yeah, go on then.
Go for it.
We're doing shit as we always do, lads.
So much shit.
On Sunday, we have Cyberpunk campaign as normal. 5 p.m. BST. Be there or be square. Hose.
The worst.
Don't want to be square.
But before that, we've got to hydrate.
Oh shit!
All right.
From Teal.
And then after that, at 8:30 BST, we have part 2 of the game with all of our lovely guests, including myself.
Posture check.
We have Jay from the Cognitive Merchant.
We have a posture check from the chat.
Poopy.